3, 2, 1. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Oh my gosh! So, who's excited for all the free comic book days they have coming out on Saturday?
I have to work at 7:15 in the morning, and I won't be getting off until about like 3 or 4, so I may not get much stuff.
We've had this conversation behind the stage. Quit telling me when you get off. I don't want to know.
True.
You can tell me when you end work.
Yeah, I should say end work instead of get off. That might be a little bit better.
Yes, especially if you're talking to an HR lady. That's not a good thing. Well, I just got off. You know.
Well, I want to be one of those guys that tells a joke so funny that HR wants to hear it. Because that's a funny joke.
I want to be the guy who just bribes HR with a candy bar so she looks the other way. And actually works.
I think there are actually 3 books that I asked Mark to grab for me. It said that Atlas Fantagraphics intro, even though I'll end up having all the stories because I intend to get all the hardcovers.
Yeah.
The Johnny Quest and the Flash Gordon.
I saw the Johnny Quest. I saw that one.
And even though there's a mag story in there, I think I asked him to pull the Archie horror book also.
Honestly, the only thing I'm on Johnny Quest is when I went by my friend's house and they have to be on Cartoon Network. This is like the late 90s. I didn't have cable growing up. I got cable about 2000, 2001. That's when I finally got internet. So I was like, I played with action figures, played my video games, and I went outside on my bicycle with the card and the spokes, I was one of the last kids, I guess, a generation, basically, that grew up without internet. So I was fortunate.
Yeah, I was never a big Johnny Quest fan per se, but Rod is just, he's giddy like a schoolgirl when he thinks of Johnny Quest. Tim Howler Mouse wanted one really bad, but he just had, I think it was 5 hernias, and they said while they were there they'd clean up some other stuff. Cool. That was Tuesday, so he ain't going anywhere this Saturday. But
maybe a shop will hold it for him, Well,
I actually, he doesn't have a. So I asked Mark to.
Oh, see our shop
books he was going that he wanted. So if he doesn't forget, then he will get them. But
Zach is early. No, that's not a miracle. That's usually what he does. He's always early.
Actually, I'm gonna have to just hope that my shop ordered a lot of free comic books because I'm probably not going to get there until the afternoon. I had family plans that came up on Saturday morning.
So I go 2 shops I go to all the time. I call one called the big box store because it has more expensive stuff, and also half the store's manga. So I don't know what you call it. They have statues, manga, back issues, and then
I shop those statues.
Push
anime statues or comic book statues.
Both.
Jay, if you can, just in case, because like I said, I'm relying on. I think he'll remember. I hope so, because both the stuff that Tim and I want are on that list. But never hurts to try to cover.
Yeah, Zach. Going into my one shop is like going in an A&W Taco Bell. It's just weird. Like manga on the left and all the anime stuff, Then you got you can build the figure, build the model kits, for the Gundams and all the weird stuff,
Oh yeah.
And then the other side is just straight up comic books, And then the middle is just like all the board games.
So it'd be Gundam style.
I guess. But no. So anyway, the big box store I go to, Lost World of Wonders, is not participating this year at all, or at least this side. They're not doing it this side for this time around. But they are holding books for customers, so I'll get my books from them on Wednesday. My main shop, he's having a Saturday, but he's limiting to 3 books. So I'm gonna grab the 3 that I can from him, and then I already know which ones I'm getting from the other shop. Obviously, I'm looking to get what you just mentioned as far as the Flash Gordon, getting as well the Johnny Quest. I want to try it out,
The one that I want the most is the Popeye book. Ever since we read about the
Yes.
Popeye book the other night, that's the one that I want the
Well,
most.
that's what the big box store's holding for me. They're holding the Popeye. They're holding the absolute, whatever DC crap, whatever they're doing,
Absolute power.
and then Transformers. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to get, this time around. But the better thing that's going on instead of Free Comic Book Day is the fact that my shop right now is half off and everything right now. As far as the trades are half off, all the back issues are half off. So I got a lot of back issues to show tonight because they're really cool stuff. Because I've been waiting on them to drop down from like $70 down to like half or $50 the less. So I'm like, you're like, and they are Silver Age. At least some of them are.
Looks like I think I already know which one of my sons I'm going to be most proud of tonight.
And I'll say that there's a theme for some of them.
Yeah.
Some are
don't expect great things from me, Breen.
I rarely do, son.
one of the I got a few of Breen's favorite title. That is a supernatural title. And then I got another one that's also so basically the back books like issues I got are supernatural titles, but I know you guys are champing at the bit, right? That's how you say champing?
Chomping.
Well, I've heard chomping, but I've heard people say it's correctly say champing.
Yeah, say that to Aaron, and then just settle in for a nice long.
Hey, Breen, at least both your sons showed up on time today. So you got to
That is true. That is true.
I make allowances for my other one because far be it for me to go up against our Lord.
Yeah, true.
All right. Honestly, I actually got I guess 4 new books plus anyway, so this is one of the books I got here. I want to be collecting these. If you've been collecting the Walking Dead Deluxe, I guess if you already had the books, you're not missing out. If you had the compendiums, or if you had the compendiums but never got a chance to actually go around collect the original black and whites, these are more affordable, and they're in color, and you can actually get a little backup story at the end. Sometimes they've been doing these little things called small bites. You are getting new content, so it's been fun, and so I mean, again, the I think her name was Latoy covers, the connecting covers.
Tula Latoy?
Yeah, Tula Latoy. Sometimes Charlie Adlard has connecting covers, and then David Fitch has connecting covers. I mean, they're actually putting some decent artists on there. So there are incentives to actually get different colors if you're into like connecting, or getting connecting covers or just collecting in general. So there is incentive. All right, so. All right, my number 5 for this week is a book that I know Zach didn't get because he's not cool.
Wait a minute, you just said that you had only 4 new books, but that's number 5?
Yeah.
Discrepancies.
I know.
I'm just wondering. I said,
well, one of them is a magazine.
Okay.
That sounds a little Common Core to me, but
as it should be. If you expected professionalism on this channel, you're looking the wrong direction.
No.
But anyway, this still stands true. Zach didn't get this.
Did you get that, Zach?
I didn't know it was out.
Would you have gotten it?
Yeah, if it's Mike Barron, I would have. Yeah,
it's not Mike Barron.
It's not Mike Barron. It's Steve Rude.
Well, then no, I wouldn't have gotten it.
Well, see,
Only
that's
what I mean.
Well, so. Steve Rude was his partner throughout the run.
I did not know that.
No. Yeah.
That's rather rude of you not to get it.
So he's actually getting so Steve Rude was an artist for the original Nexus. He's actually taking a stab at doing the writing as well as the art. This is like the newspaper. The way they design it is like a newspaper strip. So you this is the first thing they do here, and then next page is like from another week. It is. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I don't think that's legit. I don't think it's actually appeared a week apart because I think there is a volume 1 that was pretty thick. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's. I'm not exactly sure what that is.
I don't know either, but I mean he's doing it, and these are all supposed to be like free in your comic book shops, or at least $1. I got this for 50 cents.
Yeah, I think we were charging 50 cents for it at our store too, and. Yeah, Zach, if you get it, You may not even recognize that it's not Baron because Rude and Baron was so in sync.
Oh, okay.
That being said,
And Rude's crazier than Baron.
Going into this, I've never read Nexus before this, so I was kind of like trying to figure out who everybody is and stuff. They kind of give you a little brief.
Good luck.
Yeah. They kind of tell you in the first couple pages, and they give you recons. Go see Nexus issue 4 for this for references. They're actually telling you, like, they're giving you like, when this happened and when this happened. But there's a dude in there. It's kind of like a Silver Surfer. I guess he used to be his enemy, but now they're like allies now. Don't know what his name is, but I mean, like, yeah, this was 30 pages long. And honestly, it felt kind of dry to me at sometimes, mainly because I just didn't know who characters were or what their importance was. Like, there's a reporter in here, but then there's like chaos going on like the next homeworld, which I learned was a refugee. But then it's like, oh, this takes place after the events of this attack. Was the attack in the original? In the volume 1? I mean, it didn't really specify.
Yeah.
It kind of jumped.
Basically, what you need to know is Nexus is Horatio Hellpop. He's tasked by this entity to hunt down and murder mass murderers.
Yeah, he's a galactic hitman apparently.
And his best friend is a guy from a planet, like a world called Thune, named Dave, and that's who's hurt in this issue.
Yep.
But Dave has a son called Judah Maccabee that ends up going on adventures with Nexus. Also, it's irreverent. I mean, he's Sandra Peel is the woman he's in love with, but he's got an ex-wife out there with a couple of kids, and who's not, who's kind of evil. It's crazy. I mean, it's one of it. If you ever get a chance to read it, it's really, really good. Really hard to follow because I said it.
I guess this is where I'm supposed to pick it up right there. And then
that's the first part, of what we're reading here.
Yeah. So,
but
it came out last year, so I could. Yeah.
You can find, depending on where you look, like I said, most of the Nexus run,
but
you can find in $1 and $2 boxes.
But like this, the art is really cool. I did like the art here. I like the characters. But yeah. So like I said, I'll probably read through this again. Now that I'm doing some more research. Actually, what I'll probably do, because I'm gonna go back and get the trade from came out last year. Read that part, then reread this. The next issue comes out on the 15th, and then it's like every week. I guess they're releasing this.
Oh, cool.
It's a mini series, though, huh? It's not like an ongoing, huh?
It's only like 5 issues.
5 issues.
1 of 5. Yeah, 1 of 5. But I mean, it's supposed to. Yeah. So
I may have to. I'll go in and see if my shop can back order the first.
And like I said, you can follow Steve Rude on here on this pages. So if you need information where it's off, that's kind of cool.
Getting Steve Rude on Nexus in 2024. That's a win.
I've honestly never heard him before this. I've heard you mention maybe in the past. I can't remember, but
you would know him. He's done some work for Marvel. He did the and DC also. He did a Superman Hulk. He did the art on a Superman Hulk crossover. Okay.
All right.
And I think he might have done the art for the Magnus Nexus crossover. I know he did a Captain America miniseries in the late 90s.
So I did read the Superman Hulk crossover. I think that was one of the giant size, right? The crossover events they had trades.
Yeah, well, it was this prestige format. So
yeah.
It's 4 pages. So.
All right. Speaking of which, did you hear that the DC versus Marvel, I think it is, or he's getting
the reprint omnibus.
Omnibus? Yeah.
Looks pretty sweet. The Jim Lee cover looks pretty sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Number 4. I went back for it mainly because it's tie into Blood Hunt, because I am reading Blood Hunt now.
You went back for it, like you forgot it, or you?
Well, because if it wasn't been a tie-in to Blood Hunt, I wouldn't have picked it up because I was kind of bored.
I would have read it
So
Without the blood hunt.
that's the difference between you and Zach. I don't stick with Ryan North because I want to finish the run. I drop Ryan North because I don't want to finish it at all.
That's not Ryan North. That's Jed McKay.
But I'm just saying the quality of writing was
Wait a
getting
minute. There's a difference.
So if you're reading Blood Hunt, and there's basically this ties obviously it's a tie-in, but you read this first and then read Blood Hunt, because what happens to the Shroud is happening to all the other magical users, which happens later in Blood Hunt. You'll see more about that. This was actually kind of fun. Get more. I got more 8-ball than I thought I would ever get in a book, but I mean, the art's still great on here too. Hunter's Moon, and I want to see Hunter's Moon, and as far as Tigra and the Midnight Mansion dealing with this, because when you they kind of reveal, like in this book here, is like kind of like everything started because of Moon Knight. Moon Knight basically killed the leader of the vampires, so now this rogue group created is basically blocked up the sun in a pit to take over, and Dracula's nobody found. So, but all right. So then, of course, here's Blood Hunt. I had to get the Archum cover.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, I figured why not.
Why not? Indeed.
Why not?
Well,
indeed?
I mean, I have the originals. I got the original.
That's art. Wait, that was Archer?
That was Archum.
Oh, okay. Looks a little different.
Yeah, that's Archum
okay.
on this. So because I did get this, but polybag, but I didn't want to open it up. I mean.
Yeah, I got the polybag too. The girl at my shop said that people were buying 2 of the polybag. I'm like, that's $14 right there. But
yeah,
the tax that they're spending. 2 of them. That's crazy.
Honestly, it starts out pretty cool. I mean, they tell you like sun death, counting down to when the sun gets blocked out. These basically are using all these dark magical
Dark
users.
Force.
Yeah, basically Dark Force users to block out the sun. Art's is really great here. It's Pepe Roaz, or Gary from Neurotic, as we like to call him, because he looks just like him in his photo. It's funny. But key players in here, I'll just say, I won't say who.
Those.
I won't say
those little key player pages.
Yeah, I won't say who, but 2 big players get bumped off right away.
Yeah,
at least seemingly, I know one does. I don't know about the other one though.
I'm pretty sure they're not bumped off for good.
I mean, a headshot kind of looks like you're dead, but I mean,
so does a body slice. Looks dead, but
let's just say the Avengers get taken out pretty fast. And when did they have a watchtower in space?
Oh yeah, well, if you were reading Jed McKay's Avengers run, you would know.
And why would you? I mean,
But these are the bad guys. They introduce. Notice they're actually using.
Say hello to the bad guys.
Honestly, the super coven.
The number one complaint we had, we're like, don't use characters and then write them on a character. Actually, create new characters if you want to do something. So I like to introduce new villains.
Dude, some of those vampires are pretty creepy. Big white statue looking one.
One feeds on magic, other one feeds on thoughts. So
it feeds on flighty blonde girls.
Yeah, that too.
Cool.
Me too. Yeah.
But
flighty blonde girls. It's funny.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that Marvel is smart enough, or at least Jed McKay smart enough, not to go the DC route with Nightwing, where Nightwing was revealed to be like the leader of the vampires. I'd hope they don't do that, but I mean, a solid first start for this.
Even though they showed who to be the bad guy at the end.
Even at the end, because I didn't see it coming.
I didn't see it coming either.
I didn't see it coming either.
No, that's it. But that's it. But
that could be a red herring.
Yeah, I would think there is. Yeah, but if there is, but either way, I saw where Doctor Strange is working on a spell to kill all the vampires. Well, who cares? That means the other 2 that he used 40 and 30 years ago didn't work. So why would you trust him a third time? In other words, I liked it better. I liked it better in 1982 when it was 5 issues of Doctor Strange, and I think a side story in the Avengers.
Eric, the people who care are the people who didn't read Doctor Strange back then. They probably still no. It's a whole new audience for this. It's not.
I know, but
I know.
I get that, Matt.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I can't poke holes in it.
Oh, you can poke holes. I'm just saying.
I'm Statler and Waldorf up there in the balcony. But also, they say that the comic book audience turns over every 3 years. So technically, there aren't many people that remember that.
You and Dalton.
I'd respect it more.
What issues of Doctor Strange were those in?
58 through 62 of the first Doctor Strange series.
Okay.
And it kind of crossed over with one of the issues of the Avengers. I can't remember off the top of my head, but because it involved Scarlet Witch and Monica Rambeau are involved in the story.
Oh, interesting.
You mean the original Captain Marvel?
But it's in the original story. The Montesi formula kills all the vampires except for Hannibal King, because Hannibal King never killed.
Right.
So that's how he was immune to the spell.
Oh, there was I don't know where it is now, the life of me, but there like little cards they're handing out. The counter, it had like little red fangs, but they also had like the creator cards, the Parlo cards. Pepe the Ross had one. I grabbed one.
I did not see those at all.
I
was cheating.
I probably got there too late for mine.
Yeah, but
Olive.
Honestly, I don't mind this Avengers team up, or at least, I don't mind Miles being in there. I don't mind Black Panther or what's her name, Carol, because they weren't written bad.
No,
they weren't written like great, but I mean they weren't like
to be fair. When you're juggling a dozen or so plus characters, you don't really have time to write everybody's. That was actually cool. I like that. Is Latveria across a river or something? Like, I'm looking at this now. Nightclub's got me wondering, what makes vampires burst into flame?
They're running across something, and then I think he has a magic spell up to basically incinerate.
Could be a spell. Yeah.
But I love it. Doom's like, come to my embassy and be my new slaves. There's a price for me saving you. so
that is Doom. That is how he rolls.
Overall, like I said, it's tremendously a lot better than the DC versus Vampires book. So I mean, it's got a lot going for it as far as well.
That's not saying much.
That's not a high bar to clear.
Actually, it is, because that DC versus Vampire was shit. It was pure shit.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not difficult to be better than DC versus Vampires.
Well, DC it is sometimes.
Well,
we're talking about Marvel. Marvel doesn't really have that many great books. So for an event, first issue, solid start for me.
Yeah.
Now whether it'll fither out and and just I don't know. Number two, Savage Corn and Conan. If you are not reading this, you are kicking yourself in the nuts repeatedly and not knowing it. Because you have baby nuts. Because you're not man enough to buy this.
Then I must not be man enough.
I mean, seriously.
Oh my god.
That was actually good. Kicking yourself and not know because you got baby nuts. Because is that a Venkman original?
It's a Venkman original.
It should.
That's nice. That was good.
Oh man,
I've been loving this. Some people are like we don't like the art. Art's too messy. Honestly, it fits well because what you don't realize is here he's crawling out of a grave and it's raining. Well, I mean it's not that.
It happens to me all the time when I'm crawling off a grave and it's raining.
And no one is surprised.
No.
Yeah. Next time you cement. But yeah, basically the first these are Zeb, not Zeb, Jim Zub writing the first part, and then there's a Solomon Kane by Robert. I think it's Robert Patrick or Robert. What's his name?
Patrick Zurcher.
Patrick Zurcher. That's what it is.
Robert Patrick is T2.
You can tell the difference between Zub and Zeb.
One's but I'm trying to remember the other better writer.
One's good and the other one's Zeb Wells.
Oh,
but get these detailed maps. I know Zach likes these maps, man.
I love maps. I love those fantasy maps.
Okay,
hey, I'm
I'm glad you
Lord of the
clarified the maps that you like.
So basically,
Okay.
Conan ends up he's protecting his merchant family, and they're attacked by a horde of zombies. Which I'm surprised Zach would be getting this because he liked the original Conan Barbarian.
Who said I wasn't getting it?
Well, Zach, did you
That's
get the
pretty
first?
sweet. That's pretty. Wait.
They're attacking the horses.
Yeah. One of the horses looked like it had a hand grabbing the other horse. I was like, what?
Decapitation and all, and just basically this horde comes, attacks their little camp where they're camping out. The family gets slaughtered, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. And Hyrcania, the innocent die. Conan, and it's just Conan who he was talking about. He crawled to this little ditch here. He's befriended by this kid from this village, and this kid brings him food and stuff. And finally, as he tells more about how, the guy, we pray to this god, and he gives us, good crops and all that stuff, and you kind of know where this is going. The giant spider you see in the cover here, is basically what's been people been feeding them. And Conan actually has to go and basically kill it. And the monsters you saw in the beginning are the people that were worshiping were drinking from his river because they don't have clean water in the pond. So they're like, oh, he's providing us with clean water. It mutates them into like spider people. And the kid, he's like, well, when I become an adult, I'm pledge my loyalty and I'll become a man. When I'm old enough, I'll be able to drink from this water. Problem is the kid ends up dying at the end, which really is kind of sad. But I mean, like I said, but the art, I'm liking this in here too. Conan is telling the tale. He's like, so this kid is like, because he's basically he said, you've been kind to me, I'll be kind. He's like, why stay with this village? Why don't you, choose your own path and basically like become a great warrior? He's like, you can fight. I fought giant frost giants. I've saved babes, women. And the kid, I love how the kid's like, well, I mean, I can't really do these. He's like, but you've been already choosing your path by coming here and breaking the rules and, nursing me back to health. So, but like I said, it was cool. He lights like the nest on fire and he's going against all the people, all like the spider people. If you're looking for good Conan, this is really cool too. Along with the main book. And of course, like I said, you get the art in the second story. It's slightly better. It's less sketchy. It's probably like Solomon Kane is in the get some stuff here. I think it's still Conan.
That looks like it's still Conan.
Yeah. Here's the Solomon Kane stuff art. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, dude. The Solomon Kane is the only one that's still ongoing from the first magazine. So, and these are $7. You're getting your money's worth of it. So if you're not picking it up, why not? People complain about how there's nothing good at Marvel and DC. Well, there is something that's good as not Marvel DC that you should be picking up.
General lack of interest in sword and sorcery is my excuse, but everybody else has no excuse.
Breen, that was mine at first until I started reading, and then it changed my mind. It's like Jan Jurgens on Tarzan.
There are parts of Conan that I like, but I know what those eras are. It's like I'm not a big Red Sonja fan either. Every once in a while, something will come up that'll pique my interest. But I tend to like the 70s versions of the characters. That's not too graphics, almost like more comic book like.
You like Comic Code Authority?
Well, Jerry loves Conan. I'm just not as big a fan. So
your Conan would be like if it was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, I like the Conan that came out when I first started collecting because it's kind of like a sentimental thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've never. Yeah, none of the characters in that vein do I go out and do I seek out. But.
Yeah. So, number one book this week. you should be reading this. And if you're a Garth Ennis hater, well, I feel bad for you.
I didn't even know he was still alive.
I say that every week, and then you surprise me.
Wait a second. You didn't know that who was still alive?
Garth
Nick
Ennis.
Fury.
Oh,
No, Nick Fury.
This is Vietnam.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think you're talking about Garth Ennis. I was
No,
like, what
I
the
don't.
hell?
That's what I thought he was talking about too, honestly.
Now I will say, I wish Goran Parloff was doing the art on this, because he's done a lot of the Max, Fury, and Punisher stuff.
But I thought Jason Burrows did the 2000s with him, didn't he? The Garth Ennis
This guy,
Jason Burrows.
I didn't I mean, maybe he has. I didn't recognize the art style.
I think it's the original artist,
But
at least from Punisher Max.
It's the guy who did the art on that Punisher Soviet series we were talking about.
Soviet, which was fun.
yeah, it wasn't bad. I'm saying I love Goran Parloff.
Yeah. The original Nick Fury, and I guess when you say, well, not a retcon, I guess it's like an Elseworlds in the Max comic universe. Basically, he's the host. I mean, you guys know the synopsis. So he's basically in Vietnam. He got captured by these rebels, and then he's sold to the Viet Cong. And well, the brass wants the guy who's the best shot in the company. They want Castle to go put a bullet between Fury's eyes because they don't want him spilling secrets because they know how people break when they get tortured. So this is setting up, explaining kind of who Castle is. You get to meet him, it's kind of how he runs his company, how the MPs don't like him because he's like, you guys go in and you guys go get your asses in trouble. We got to, people got to spend their lives, just to pull you out, And I love how he just basically puts them in their place kind of a little bit without even really trying. He doesn't do much. They're going around, and this was true in Vietnam. They were going around and they were rounding up dogs and killing them. Now they say in the book here because, well, they could have rabies. We got to put them down. I don't know if that was the true story or as far as Vietnam. I'm the only people I knew that went to Vietnam they're close to me. My family are dead.
Did you see the alternate version where Christy Nome comes in and shoots him?
You beat me by 1 second. I was about to make that same joke.
Like I said, I'm just dude. For those who are missing Punisher because you haven't seen him in about 3 years or more.
I think it's been more
since Jason Aaron took over the book.
Longer than that.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a version before Jason Aaron, where some diversity woman was writing it, and she had the Punisher not liking guns and lecturing people on gun control.
Well, I'll just say this: this is graphic. Well, not
man.
Graphic. But this is what I missed with Punisher Max.
Hey, it's the boys.
People getting their.
Hey, it's Glenn.
Now, some people are saying the was out of character for Fury to know the way he was acting in the book. Fury told these guys, "Hey, you idiots! They don't need to bring you along. They only want me because I'm the one that has all the information." And the one guy was basically exhausted, collapsed over, and the other guy's like, "Leave him alone!" He's like, "Dude, shut up! They're gonna kill you if you don't." And what do? They kill him, and they just chop him apart with machete.
That scene was just disturbing.
And I know.
And I say that as someone who has read a lot of Punisher Max, Fury Max. This might be the most disturbing moment of any of those books. And I saw Barracuda literally chopped up into pieces.
So the reason the guy was yelling because they're burying their other friend alive. They took a pit, and because he couldn't move anymore, they just buried him. And then the guy saw him, leave him alone, and they killed him. Holy crap! I mean, Nick Fury's facial expression, how he's mourning. The other guy, he's got his face chopped off. You can see a tear come out of his eye because he knows he's dead now. Before it's just like, it's honestly, this was great. I want more of this. I know it's probably gonna be a limited series. I don't know if it's gonna be an
It
ongoing.
is.
Yeah, most likely.
It has to be because I said it's a finite story.
And
he's going to take his shot, and it's
told by the former Viet Cong guy, at least what we're assuming. He said he did bad things in life, and he sometimes enjoyed it. I'm not sure if he's the guy that's swinging the chopping the part guy. They don't know. It's just his story, But it's. I kept thinking as I was watching, I'm like, it's just like watching part 2 or of First Blood Part 2. Rambo. Where they go, I'm just waiting for a guy. I'm just waiting for someone in Crease going there and this kind of snicker, make a joke and But I like I said, art took me a little bit to get used to it. But I'm like, honestly, the first Punisher Max series, the 2000s, even the one with Welcome Back Frank, the art was kind of I had to get used to it because it was kind of cartoony.
Well, Steve Dillon is cartoony. I don't know if it's the right word, but
it's on the verge.
It's different. I mean, it's a unique style. It doesn't look realistic, but the structure is there, but the face, I don't know. It's hard to describe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there are some parts of it that look like the gory scene that you were showing there looked like it was taken from The Boys. But then you show other pages and it looks a little bit more glossy, I guess.
The other thing in here, I noticed that the letter he gets from Maria said saying this is his third time he's been on tour of duty, and his daughter is now 4 years old. They're we miss you, and I was like, they better not that's it. Nothing else.
That's all you're gonna get in this series for that. I mean, But can we talk about what disingenuous pussies Marvel is? That they won't give us Frank Castle in his Punisher uniform, but they'll give him Frank Castle, violent extremist, to sell a. It's just.
Here's my thought on this: they realized they fucked up.
No, they didn't.
He'll not get Punisher back in the suit. No, but they realized that they can't. They tried to cancel this man, and there's such a huge fan base for this. And then with the show coming out right now, John Berthel, and it's going to be a Disney Plus show in the Punisher costume. Honestly, they realized that they need the money still. If
they did, they would get okay. Here's if Marvel wanted to sell hundreds of thousands of comic books overnight. Frank Castle back in the skull shirt, Peter and Mary Jane married.
Oh, sure.
Simple as that. They won't do either one.
But then get with the Punisher. Don't have him turned into a ballless pussy.
So here's my prediction because it's Garth Ennis. He's gonna give the middle finger to Marvel, and he's basically gonna have the Punisher paint a skull on his face, probably.
Yeah.
With mud or whatever, it's gonna be there. I think he's gonna do it. I guess.
Zach, did you get a chance to check out that podcast yet?
Yeah. Which one?
The Millar interviewing Garth Ennis.
No, not yet. No, it's on my to-do list.
I haven't watched it yet either. But
so you got this coming out, Marvel, and then Marvel's like, we know this is really great. Would it even be better? Having Jason Aaron touch Uncle Scrooge in a bad way.
Here's the thing. I don't think this is going to be bad.
You don't think so?
No, because there's nothing problematic about Uncle Scrooge.
He's a capitalist, and all he cares about is money.
But that's I get that, but and here's the thing, they might let Jason Aaron Disney might let him destroy the Punisher. You're not going to let him do any damage to Uncle Scrooge. So it's at least I'm not gonna buy it because I don't trust the son of a bitch. But
all right, so get my back issues out of here.
I'm not gonna buy it just because of that god awful Frank Miller cover.
All right,
it's awful.
I got myself no ads DC 68 pages, all new stories.
What is it, the Pride one or something?
Go mute yourself, will you?
enjoy Pride Month by yourself. Don't talk about it.
Hey, I'm proud to be straight.
Yeah, I was looking. I was seeing if I could find an issue number in here, but what's on the side here? Anyway, a 30-page Jonah Hex action saga plus Batlash and Scalp Hunter in their own stories.
I know it. Jose Luis Garcia Lopez cover. You have to. The only way you can tell the number is look on the inside cover. It's a DC special series, and it'll tell you what number it is.
There you go.
Well, the significance of that, Breen, can you tell me?
Is that the one where he's dead and he's he's been like taxidermied?
The Death of Jonah Hex.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an excellent, and that's actually like a triple-digit book in high grade. So that's
I got it for $20 because half off.
That's fantastic because that's
You can tell it's an old book because they have a character in there named Scalp Hunter. I mean,
that's 1978.
Well, he's
actually
Scalp Hunter just reformed. He's now part of Pride Month.
Yes,
and he's a Democrat, so they love him.
Yeah, that's as there was a good pickup there, son.
All right. This one for whatever half of 25 is.
12 and a half.
Nice.
Number 37.
Nice.
Listen up, troops. Nick Fury's in this one too.
Had to get it. Two babes fighting. Juggernaut, bitch, in the back, and then Fury. It's white. Dude, how could I pass it up? All right. And then I had to go back. I got 2 and 7 last week or week before. I had to get number 1.
Nice.
Oh, that is cool.
Look at that's my boy.
But wait,
that's my quarterback.
But wait, Breen, it gets better. How do I top that? Well, I decided to go for number 18.
I got to give the Duke to Spectre number 1, but that's also very nice.
Well, because I had 18, I had to get 19. And because I had to get 19, I had to get 28.
Good Lord.
How much was that?
This was 15.
Really? I have a copy of that, but it's an absolutely horrible
Tomb
shape.
of Dracula is not a cheap series. There are no cheap options anywhere in that series.
Alrighty, in the first Deacon Frost.
That was, let's see, what number is that? 45?
This is 45.
That was like the 4th one I bought off the rack as the kids. OTR as the kids.
So like I said, I got some cool,
OTR.
I got some cool stuff.
Those are awesome.
I mean, I always wait for like when it's like the free comic book day of months because he has like May and I think the other one's like September or something. He always had stuff on, so it's like. So today, or yesterday, combined with the 5 books I got, $150.
Golly!
That's a little bit more than your thing there, Zach.
So-
a little bit out of your budget, Zach.
That's way out of my budget.
But honestly, though, it's all back issue, so it's worth it.
So at this point, do you have, like, have you set up a kind of like record system so you know what you have?
On my actual PC, I have a file, I've been doing that, but I also have in the phone for League of Comic Geeks.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
I use CLZ.
CLZ you got to pay for, though. That's why I don't use it. I was like, League of Comic Geeks works pretty well. I just type it in and I have it there, and it tells me what my wish list and what I already own.
See, I do it the old-fashioned way. I've got a notebook.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I've got little.
I used to do that, and then I realized that I'll need 6 volumes of that notebook eventually.
I actually had 3 at one point. My collection was so
See.
big. But but one of the most fun things about collecting for me is writing in the squares when I get a book, and it's not really the same online. But it's a lot easier just to carry around a phone. But then, when I'm in a crowded convention, trying to open up that notebook when there's nerds
Well, the other thing is that
Nerds.
well, the other thing is I feel like going to a convention center because sometimes like you get a dead zone. You're like, oh crap, I can't check what I have. That'd be my problem. All right, Zach, you have about 3 books. You want to go next?
4. But yes, 4. My shop did not get the Bear Pirate Viking Queen book. They did not have that one available, unfortunately.
Oh, I put it on the thumbnail because I only had so many books.
I know. I saw that on the thumbnail too, and I was like, I wonder if I should tell him. But there's nothing you can do about it.
I didn't get the Superman book, so.
Oh, you didn't get this book?
I couldn't stomach the outer or the inner.
You saved money.
I did.
Look, the Williamson parts of the story they're decent.
They're
not necessary. If you think you need to read this to keep the story moving along with House of Brainiac, you really don't. It's kind of just like filler. Like the first part is just like an interesting background story, how Brainiac came to save the Zarnian people.
If you've seen the episode of Supergirl where she's going against Agent Liberty and the president wants to
I'm not on that part yet.
I'm just saying that's the Mark Russell.
I bought the book. I'm doing the talking now.
The book is, Zach, it's very...
It actually is.
I'm being kind.
I didn't hate all of the middle part. I didn't hate all of it. There was some of it I was like, it's not... It was like 50% bad. It wasn't 100% bad.
I read 0% of it, so I didn't hate any of it.
I read the whole entire thing.
The ending of it really just sets up absolute power because it's actually no. The ending part was pretty cool because they reveal the identities of the Council of Light or the Light Council from Young Justice. I actually did like that part. I thought that was pretty cool.
I saw that. I was like, oh, Council of Light. I'm like, who's it gonna be? I'm like, we already, but
I thought it was cool.
It made sense to have it tie into what we've already seen.
Yeah.
And also to show that Waller's an idiot. He should never have control of anything.
I also think that might have set up her way out to not be the big bad anymore.
Sure.
Because it's almost like when I said I didn't read any of it, I was talking about the middle part.
Oh, yeah.
Life's too short to read Mark Russell.
I can agree.
Yeah, and because I think there's Amanda Waller's been around for too long I can't see them making her the real big bad of the DC universe. So I'm going to guess that somehow we're going to find out she was manipulated in some way, shape, or form. Or actually thought she was on the right side.
So she remember in Green, it ties into what happened in Green Arrow. She now calls it the Hall of Order. Did you see that part in there where she's in there? She's talking to the guys, the house or the light beings, She calls she refers it as the Hall of Order because she took over the Hall of Justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, since I read so little of modern comics, I'm sure I missed a ton. So maybe what I'm saying is completely off base, but that was just my take on that because she didn't seem as mustache twirlingly evil.
No.
In that segment. But Jackson, my eldest son, RDV, made me proud tonight with his back issues. My younger son, well, let's just say it's probably not going to end well tonight. But please go on, son.
Please go on. Okay. And I know RDV won't be able to talk about this one and interrupt me because I didn't see him talk about it. But I got Deadpool and Wolverine, World War III. This one was pretty fun. I forgot how annoying Deadpool is when he talks in comic books now.
He's always been that way.
I know, and I forget about it every time I pick up a Deadpool book. Like, maybe this will be good. No. But yeah, no, I liked it though. It wasn't terrible. It's Wolverine goes on the hunt for this killer that a friend of his, a cop in Canada, calls and is like, hey, I need you to take care of this guy. So Wolverine goes to do it, finds out that some family put a hit on them. So that's why Deadpool is there. So they both end up fighting this supervillain guy who has this power set. And Deadpool is kind of like talking to Wolverine afterwards. Sounds like he's almost envious of Wolverine because he's an X-Men. And Yeah, by the end of it, though, it's pretty interesting. By the end of it, Deadpool like gets in with this super group, not super group, but like this really wealthy group, and gets like new superpowers or something. I'm
Of course.
Frankie, you're right on. The Qbert art is great. The story is bouncing off the walls everywhere. That's okay though, because the art is great. I don't mind.
You had said you were only buying for the Qbert art. You weren't buying.
I'm really just buying it for the Qbert art. I really am. And the art does not disappoint. So
everybody says that Liefeld's a bad writer, but I liked his last one with the Batter Blood story. It had Wolverine in there plus Cable. It was fun. It was entertaining.
When Liefeld wrote this?
No.
This is Joe Kelly.
He wrote Deadpool Bad Blood, and then Batter Blood was a sequel to it.
Yeah, I know that Joe Kelly's been around forever. He was. God, I always get he and Joe Casey mixed up from their.
Same here. So.
Because I was thinking of with the other day, I was talking about a Spider-Man series. It was like nonstop Spider-Man, and I was like, oh yeah, Joe Kelly, he wrote that. No,
Joe Casey.
Joe Casey. It's like it's awful. Anyway, 2 more books to go. My number 2 is Blood Hunt. This was really fun. I like vampires now.
Is that the polybag one?
Huh?
Is that the polybag one?
I took it out of the polybag.
Yeah, cool. So show the inside because there's a lot of as far as the gore, difference between.
There's not a lot. There's like maybe 2 or 3 pages maybe. This one's probably the worst one. Like
the dude's in half
and get eaten. Thanks, Breen. This guy's disemboweled. Like. So you get some blood and stuff.
I can tell that guy doesn't give a shit.
But yeah, I mean, look, overall, it's got some really fun. I mean, the Pepe Larraz art is really good. Like,
and that's
these
cool.
panels are a lot of fun.
It's Pepe Larraz trying basic Nemesis art again.
I want to point out how blatantly I'm playing favorites tonight. That I didn't tomato this book when my other son showed it.
Because the other son had the better cover.
You did get the book. Well, I mean, I don't buy the variants.
I had this Archum and it's Tigra.
But yeah. I mean, I do also like seeing Doctor Strange and Clea together. I like where Marvel is like, hey, yeah, we are going to show this couple again.
And I gotta say, it reminds you of DC's right away. Let's kill Batman right away because Batman will stop everything. So let's go after I
could get that. Also, I said this earlier. I like these. I read these
Civil War. Remember
the older Marvel events: Civil War, Invasion, Secret Invasion. Like they did these little so you knew who the players were. I like that. That was a nice little bit of nostalgia. But yeah, no. Overall, it was fun. I'm not sure how great the story is going to be. Like I said, there was a nice plot twist at the end. I am kind of curious of like what. I always forget that Miles Morales can make a sword out of lightning now. That just is still kind of weird to me. But okay, sure. Blade gives them some kind of secret assignment to do. There's some neat stuff in here. So yeah. And I probably am going to pick up the Avengers tie-in because it is Jed McKay writing that as well. I may get the tie-ins that Jed McKay is writing because if it's all being written by the same guy, I feel like it's better than these other random tie-ins that are written by nobodies. Like all the X-Men tie-ins are written and drawn by nobodies. So I'm like, what do y'all think is going to happen? All right, so that was my number 2. My number 1 book of the week. It hasn't been my number 1 for a while, but Moon Knight, Vengeance of Moon Knight, number 5. This was actually my number 1 book because the 2 stories that it has going on in here were both really good, I thought. You've got the main story where Tigra and Hunter's Moon are fighting off against the Shroud. Shade is JSA villain. They're fighting against the Shroud, and then the little side story is 8-Ball. In the Moon Knight, they have these side stories where different team members are doing like these therapy sessions, and so 8-Ball is like talking to this therapist about like why he decided to suddenly go and become a good guy. And how he was inspired by Moon Knight. And then in the main story, Shroud is talking about like how he's dressing up as Moon Knight because Moon Knight inspired him as well. So it's really these two different approaches to these guys that were inspired to do good and not be bad. Really, I thought it was really interesting stories in here, and the art, of course, has been fantastic. I mean, gosh, dog, I could stare at this tiger.
That's kind of cool, man.
Yeah. I do also like his battle cry where he goes 8-ball quarter pocket. That's fun. I'm sorry. I just think it's hysterical.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah. So yeah, this is my number one book. Really, really good. I dug this one a lot. This was not a mid-K book for sure. To steal our
Undead Quinn, why would he feel ripped off? He got what he liked. Now it sounds like you don't like Blood Hunt at all. I understand that, but I mean, Zach and I, we like it.
I think he's talking about the 2 pages of blood, like the reason for the red banding. Thing. I don't really feel ripped off. I mean, I still enjoyed it. So.
Yeah.
And I still ended up spending under $20, so still in my budget.
And it wasn't that. It wasn't that expensive. My shop.
It was $7. Well, it was $7. The Blood Hunt was $7.
Yeah, the red band.
Then,
I mean, like, yeah,
for the red band. But then, like, Moon Knight was $5. Wolverine, Deadpool was $5. Superman was $6.
I mean, if you don't like Jed McKay, you're getting ripped off at $4. You know.
I don't mind Jed McKay though.
Yeah,
I don't mind him. I like him. He's
not
Jeff Johns, but he's better than Bendis and Aaron.
No, definitely. Like you said, he's like Jed McKay is like those indie writers you'd see like outside of Marvel, DC in the '80s. You know.
Maybe
they have good books, but they're like not the greatest, you know.
I could have got Savage Sword of Conan, Frankie. That is I could have. You are correct, but that would have put me over the budget if I had added. Oh, you're talking about getting Conan instead of Blood Hunt. Well, I knew I was getting Pepe Larraz's art. I like Pepe Larraz's art. Ever since Big Game, I love Pepe Larraz. So that's it. To paraphrase Breen, you can take my face off and put someone prettier on.
I mean,
not in this stream.
I mean, this for $7. That is worth your money.
Was that a $7 book?
Yeah.
Golly, it's a lot.
Yeah, $6.99. That's just cover A. There's actually there's a variant. There's two, like a variant and plus this.
Okay.
So if you don't like that, all right, Mr. Breen.
I may pick that one if my shop's
on
Saturday.
Go to the short bus.
Now we did get the you wanted the person that was prettier, so you got me. All right, I got.
Yeah, we're not very good at this.
No.
It's just gonna come right back around to me.
It's a magazine. 2 stories. Patrick Zurcher does the Solomon Kane backup story, which is the first one, where the Jim Zub book and the Conan it's a new story each week or each month. They put out one out. But
was this week's or not?
I think that was last week. I don't know.
Okay, never mind then. All right.
You can still show it off.
Yeah. I'm sure Breen will get a kick out of it.
Pop's Chocolate Horror. I thought that Breen talked about that.
Yeah, he mentioned something about it. So.
Last week was that Wilkin Boy, the sequel.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not sure when it came out.
3 or 4 weeks ago, I want to say.
Oh, okay.
Probably.
All right. So I got 5, 6 because there was like 2 covers that I got. Last one was this. I sort of liked it, but the whole story on the campaign,
anti-aliens, pro-humans.
Yeah, it was just like you think you can get a little bit more heavy-handed on this, and your allegory is not being very subtle there, dude.
You can tell he's salty about Supergirl being canceled. That was his favorite CW show because that's exactly a story from one of the episodes.
But and also I'm wondering who he was making this other guy out to be like. Gee, it's like,
of course.
Damn, let's get.
I don't know. There was some. Listen, I don't like to play devil's advocate and give Russell the benefit of the doubt.
Well, don't play Ash.
There was some of this guy. Some of the story, like, dude, you're kind of taking stuff from your own side of the political aisle.
Yeah, there was a couple.
Harry White was the outsider candidate, like somebody else that I voted for.
Yeah, but Mark Russell's not that subtle.
That's true.
And this is why I stopped giving Philip Kennedy Johnson a pass, because he did this in the Action Comics issue that Mags tried to start transitioning Superboy. Because Clark and Lois and Clark both teed off on somebody who didn't want open borders, and that's again this.
You mean the Lois Clark Greg Rucka series was all about open orders, and Lois was saying, "How dare you refuse these immigrants coming in to the borders?"
Well, yeah, but this was 4 years later. This was within the last year, and unfortunately, it's 2024, so we're gonna have to live with this shit until November. And if the wrong person wins, as far as they're concerned, let's put it this way: if Trump wins, you might as well just quit the big two on the spot.
Yep.
Or 3 months later for when the stuff, because their tantrum will be eternal.
It'll be.
And here's the good thing about quitting the big two: if Jeremy Adams never leaves DC and he just keeps reading Flash Gordon, I'm happy right there. I mean, it sucks I can't read more Green Lantern from him, but you know what? There are back issues.
Yep. All right, number 4. Incredible Hulk number 12. This one was actually
with Mike Tyson behind him.
Yeah, this one was actually after that last issue. This one is a lot better.
Nice.
The art is good.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Who's the artist?
I left my glasses out in the car. Nick Klein.
That's an interesting name. Fuck, I left my glasses on the car.
So I was
Nick Klein's pretty good. Yeah.
I was gonna run outside and get it, but I didn't have enough time. Hulk is going to see Doctor Strange to get his little friend out of that little doll that she was in, and Strange is indisposed, and Brother Voodoo is watching the Academy, so he's taking care of this stuff.
I would highly advise, if you can't see the fine print there, don't run out to your car. Walk slowly.
Does it look like I do any type of running there, buddy? If I had to run for my life, I'd be fucked.
The only running you're doing at your age is to the bathroom.
Yes, pretty much. And so I'm counting 2 of them as one. Blood Hunt, the regular, and I'm keeping this in the bag.
Yep. That's what I was doing. So.
Now, one thing I want to know: when did this happen?
When did what happen? Cap
that
or Falcon?
Right there. Falcon is Cap.
That's been for a while.
5 years ago, right? Was actually longer than that.
He was Captain America. He was at first. I think it was like 15. He was for like a year, but then they moved him back to being Falcon for briefly, and then they made him Cap again.
But wait a minute, isn't the JMS Cap going on where Cap is Cap?
Yeah, there's 2 Caps.
There's been 2 Captain Americas
since there's 2 Spider-Men.
So since Secret Empire, there's been 2 Captain Americas.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Because I'm reading this, I'm going, what the actual fuck is going on here?
Secret Empire, the best event ever, where the guy can literally barf up a cosmic cube. Creativity at perfection.
Exactly. Number 2,
the House of Out of Ideas.
It's
the House of Barf.
Number 2 is one that from last week, which everyone was talking about, so I had to get.
Oh, he's gonna show us number 2 now. Hey, thanks.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Now, remember what you guys were saying about the bad guy's face?
Yeah.
I think I figured it out because she's drowning, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's listening.
And she's hallucinating his face, so he's not dead. She sees the creature of the Black Lagoon coming down to get her. She doesn't know who it is, so she's oxygen deprived. So she's seeing him come down, but it's actually the creature from the Black Lagoon.
That was one of our theories, but it's as I said, a little exposition wouldn't hurt.
Yeah,
it's like because it's like we're so clever, and it's just. But something I said, if the art doesn't. I don't know. I said it.
I agree with Breen. If it would have been her in her thoughts, like, "Oh God, I'm going to die," but the hands of my killer,
or like him. What flashes through your head in your last moment of life? The face of the
way far.
Yeah, it's just
I mean, that's what I thought when I saw it.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was, but
yeah.
And my number 1 for this week. You guys are talking about this.
I heard some people talking about that.
No, you guys were mentioning it like it was coming out this week, so I got it. It was good. It was good.
I'm glad you like it. I have no connection to the character other than that horrible Cartoon Network show.
Neither do I.
Horrible.
See, that's what I was
That's
thinking about. That's what I was thinking about was the cartoon, and I'm like, I'm gonna check this out. This has nothing to do with the cartoon.
Of course.
And I mean, look at the art. I mean, look at
I browsed through it. You know, art's really decent there too.
Yeah.
I just didn't read the story because I really have no connection to the character.
Joe. I was talking to Joe Tuesday night, and because he knows David Pepos, and I don't trust David Pepos.
Pepos who hates Perch.
And I said,
Does he? Oh, that's
but he
fine.
told me, he goes, this is very rooted in the '60s with a little bit of the '80s, so we can get more villains, but this is not the talk show host Space Ghost. So that's gonna
I didn't think it was going to be, but I'm just saying that
you
was
never know. I mean, that's
because
a lot of people that's what they know him as.
I never knew, well, that's the thing. I never knew he actually was something before that. That's my thing. I thought I thought he was made for Cartoon Network, and that was it. I didn't realize he was a superhero. That they just kind of like did a DBZ abridged before DBZ did it.
So Jeff, did they have the '60s variant by the time you got there?
I did not. I can't say that I looked.
Because that's I told myself I was going to get that if we had any of those left. But then after I talked to Joe, I said, okay, I'm going to get it regardless.
Yeah. I got off at like 5:00 Tuesday afternoon and got there. So if it may have been gone already.
Oh,
I don't know what that has to do with what time you got to the shop, but thanks for sharing.
Yes. Okay, I got let go from work training at 5:00, so I was gone all day at work. But
he got off at 5:00.
We just went over that, and
yes, we
I'm
did.
not sure why we needed to know, but
yes.
Apparently, it's on a need to know basis, and apparently we needed to know.
Yes, you need to know. I like bragging. So Tuesday when I went in to get my DC, there was that only one DC.
Is it bragging if you started at 4:59 though?
No, and there's no one else in the room neither. That's not bragging either. But I happened to be walking by the back issues and I saw this.
Oh, that's cool.
And I had to explain to Joe Geek Show
Blade Runner.
Yeah, and I'm like, have you heard of this or the movie? And they said, I've never heard of the book or the movie. I said, yeah, you've heard of the freaking movie. You just don't know that you've heard of the movie.
The movie was kind of loosely based off of that, wasn't it?
Yes. But I don't know if this is actually an adaptation of the book or not. I don't
know, but I mean, it's got that, yeah.
This got the owl.
Jackson's acting is Frank Cho, and Eric Breen says yes.
Nice.
All right. So, I mentioned that I went to Art at Comic-Con this last weekend, and I picked up a couple of things.
Hold on. Kids, if you need to use a bathroom, now's the time to do it, because he's going to be here for the next hour showing off books.
Dude, wow. Pot, Mr. Kettle, Mr. fucking Pot.
I don't
Hey, it's a family show.
Yeah.
We don't cotton to saying fucking.
Yeah. Okay. I got some.
And my kettle's red.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
But first
it's a fine kettle of black fish.
Yes. But I got two photo ops while I was there. First of all, is me and Claudia Christian, and I just realized from that picture that I really need to get some sun.
And you touched her back.
Yes, I did. I was trying very hard to keep from moving it down a little bit, but
What's that say? To Jeff, don't ever touch me again.
Yes.
So nice to see you. It says.
Yes, and then secondly,
you didn't write that. Someone else did. Jeff did. Oh, the guy. That's
Dante from Clerks.
Yes.
Yeah. The leftist prick.
So. Yes, he is a little bit. Yes, he made a couple of hints at politics while he was up doing his talk.
Of course he is. You can't help it.
But then she, remember that she came out with a comic book called Dark Legacies? Claudia Christian did?
Yeah.
I bought that copy in the shop, but she had a variant cover, which I got because it's her and Bruce Boxleitner as the other person.
Wasn't she also in like Hard Target with or Maximum Risk? One of those two with like Jean-Claude Van Damme. Is it the same girl?
No, that was the chick from Witchblade.
Okay, I get those two confused.
Yeah, Yancey Butler, I think her name was.
Okay, okay, all right,
It was smoking hot, but
What's up, Fish Cat?
And then I got, I just went and got a bunch of, I think there's a woman's name is Murphy. She does. Here.
First name Alex.
Let me show you this person right here.
Renew your vows.
Yes. Signed. Variant cover signed.
Cool.
I am not opening this bad boy up. I'm keeping
Don't
it.
do it. Don't do
You
it.
have a? Did they give you like a verified thing in the back of their card?
I wish they had. Then there's this woman by the name of Murphy. She writes for like Merc Comics and stuff like that. She did just had some books that she did. There's this
Nice.
one, which I'm probably not going to open up.
Tyndall. Nice.
Yeah. Then just got the regular, and then she did a. I don't know if you ever heard of the book called Deathgasm. Anyway, she wrote it. Here's the trade paperback. It's $20, and I had her sign it. And then I just went to a local vendor, got this year one. It's the 1995 Dark Knight Legends of the Dark Knight annual. Gotham Knight: The Return of Hush. Liked this cover right here, so. #101 and 102 of the Burn Run. I think that's where he first started it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then I just happened to like this was the next one that they had, so I got it. I thought that was actually kind of cool. Now, Breen, you're probably gonna. Oh wait, I'll save this for last. Then there's this, which I thought was kind of cool.
No, that's cool.
Oh, nice.
And speaking of written and drawn by Liefeld.
I remember that.
Yeah. Now, Breen, you're gonna like these.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee.
I guarantee he's going to eat in a men's warehouse meat. Yep.
Wow.
So far, so good.
I am not opening these ones up.
I wouldn't either. Zach, quit looking at porn. We're on live stream.
Now, this one I am judging by the price that I paid for it.
That was rude.
This one is a reprint, but still, because I only paid $3 for it.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Yeah, because these things are, I'd have to kill a lot of people to get
you'd have to put a couple of that $3. You'd have to take the decimal out of there at least.
Yeah, and put like 3 or 4.
Then move the decimal over 2, and then a couple zeros after that.
Yeah.
So why aren't you going to take out aren't you going to read the ones that you got there?
I want to, but they're probably not in all that great a shape, so I could probably just read them anyway.
Yeah, those are cool stuff, but they're not so valuable that you have to preserve them in number. Take them and read them.
Yeah. And then, let me show you. Now, when I went in on Saturday, went up to Cloudy Christian's table, I was wearing my Babylon 5 crew jacket. And it's got, the thing on the back, right? I hadn't worn this thing in years. It's been in my closet for years. And she said, she had to sell hers because for some charity for her alcoholism thing. And I went back later Saturday night and I said, look, I haven't worn this thing in 12, 13, 14 years. I can't button it. Look, if you want it, you can have it because I haven't worn this thing in ages. And she said, no. You can make some money off of it by selling it on eBay, especially if I sign it. Here, give me your arm.
Wow.
And then, of course, somebody had to say, did you get a picture of her signing it? And I said, no, I didn't think of it.
But they can verify back by putting it against her thumb. So you're gonna wear it now?
No, I put it right back. I put it right back into the closet that night, and I haven't worn it since.
We tried to do a puppet teen. You won't go back.
And then I got a couple of other things which I thought were pretty cool.
It's like the George Costanza photo.
Yes. Let me see. I got this.
All right. Who's that by?
Ramos, Humberto Ramos, I think.
Ramos.
Oh no. He was the. No, it's not. It's he's got an Arabic name.
I don't know.
I'll look it up here in a second. And then where is the other one? Okay, this just because went along with the 2 comics that I got.
Cool. Now you gotta go buy the frames.
I'm just keeping them in like that. And then let's see. I've got this. And also, wrong one. This. It turns out that they have a poster put together like this of them doing this, but I only paid $30 for this. The one together was $50.
Are they the same size?
Yeah, so you can just go.
I was gonna say put them in a frame together like that.
Yeah, and so, but then I couldn't help but get this.
Zombie Marilyn Monroe.
Yes, I was like, that's kind of sexy. And then
necrophilia, sure.
Sure, yes. I mean, if you think vampires are sexy and you sleep with a female vampire, you would be a necrophiliac anyway.
That sucks.
And then there's this, which I think is kind of cool. And just like if you sleep with a werewolf, you're into bestiality.
Well, only on certain nights, okay, sir? Not every single night.
And then Moon Knight.
Cool.
And then I got one more just because I really, really, really like motorcycles. This is the only reason I got it is because I like motorcycles.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's the only reason I got it is because I like motorcycles.
I mean, those are some fat tires.
Yes. And really, yeah. And
I saw that, Breen.
Yes.
Come with the tires. I think we'll talk about.
And that's all
really
I got.
burn some rubber on those tires.
That's you get some nice pickups at the show there.
Yeah.
So, what kind of crowd did it have to draw?
Saturday was really, really kind of big. They had a couple of voice actors from Pokemon. That's what my friend wanted to go see. Rikishi was there.
Is he skinnier now or fatter?
Yes, he is skinnier. He's still in. I'd say I think he might weigh about as much as I do, maybe a little less. I'm about like 280 right now, but he's way down from his 450.
He probably can't move as much.
Yeah, and let's see, the guy that played the priest in The Walking Dead came up. He'd been here the first year, so not many people were talking to him. I walked up and asked him.
Gabriel. Yeah.
Well, so you mean the dude from The Wire?
Yeah, I walked up and asked him if he brought his shit in pants, and he said, "I haven't heard that one in a while."
Wait, the guy who played Gabriel was in The Wire.
Yeah, that guy was in The Wire.
Yeah. You know when I first saw him, Teen Wolf. That's why I knew him as a Teen Wolf guy.
What's the guy's name? He was Cuddy in The Wire. He was I forgot who he was in Walking Dead, and then
Gabriel.
Gabriel's the guy you saw, but no, the guy that played Cuddy, I forgot who he was. And the guy that had been bitten by the zombie, but didn't tell anybody.
Coleman?
Chad Coleman, that's Cuddy, yeah. And then the guy that got his leg bitten off by or something like that.
Oh, was he Tyrese?
Tyrese
was never on The Walking Dead.
What?
Oh, never mind.
No, that was his character in Walking Dead.
Yeah.
He was
I'm not talking about the other guy.
Yes, his name was Cuddy in The Wire. And there were 3 guys from The Wire on Walking Dead. And the other one was the one that somebody had there was like cannibals or something, and they ate part of this guy, but he'd already been infected. So that's because he knew he was dying. So that's how he killed them. And because he'd been bad then he kind of like did a face turn. But
Yep.
I can't remember. I can't remember who the actor was, but yeah.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, and the weeniest character of the three ends up being around for the rest of the show.
It's funny because the guy in the comic books, it was actually Herschel that gets.
But did you see?
Not Herschel. It was Dale. Right?
Here's a little context. Okay, remember the Reacher series? Remember the bald cop that kept saying he was going to kick Reacher's ass?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was the guy who played Gabriel's partner in The Wire.
Oh, cool.
He's also on Tulsa King. He's the main Don guy. The Don.
Which one, Gabriel or Dominic Lombardozzi?
The white bald guy.
That's Dominic Lombardozzi.
He's in the he's a mobster. He killed his dad, the mobster, in the first season. Now he's like going after Stallone. He's crazy. I love it.
So there's a guy by the name of Bass Pappenduck who did. He's a voice actor. He was really famous because people were just always doing it. Cooper Andrews was there. He was also in The Walking Dead, and he also played the father in Shazam. Irene Beard, Jesse Flower, those are some voice actors. Karen Ashley, the second Yellow Power Ranger.
Yep.
She was really nice, and Rashiki and Seth Gillian was the guy's name. And let's see who was the guy that did the. There's Chad Harden. Was he there? Yeah. Humberto Ramos was the guy that I did on the. Was that? This is
Spider-Man artist.
Okay, you probably can't see her, but the guy who Mustafa Musa was the guy that did the Batman and Superman thing.
I went the Lion King right there.
but yeah, so it was really packed on Saturday, but Sunday was not so much. But we have this local wrestling company up here called 907 Wrestling, and they had some stuff going on upstairs on the third floor, and they put on a show afterwards. You had to buy tickets, or if you're a VIP like me, you got to go and watch it free. It was pretty impressive. They did a really good job. I'm gonna have to start going to some of their shows, but I might post some of them.
Are they all like high flyers?
Yeah, there was doing some pretty high flying stuff, and
that's one of the reasons I like AEW versus WWE. They have more of the high flyer guys.
And they were doing some really. I mean, they were really entertaining because they were getting the crowd into it, and just like the main bad guy, he was he was the champ, and they were fighting a guy who sort of looked like a kind of a Samoan version of Rikishi. He was the challenger, and everyone's
Samoan version. Isn't Rikishi Samoan?
Yeah, he's Islander, but more. I mean, he looked. This guy had but he was going up there, and everyone's like cheering for him, and the bad guy, everyone was boo the bad guy. And he's getting pissed thing, and he's like, "What about this guy?" And everyone would cheer for everyone in the. It was just really kind of fun.
Well, did you check with WWE stands to make sure it's okay for that promotion to exist?
Yeah.
I did not.
Okay, well, we probably should have.
But I love it though. Like real quickly, and we'll go back to you. I'll just say I saw TNA made a post. Not a single WWE stand in there saying, "Oh, you guys suck." AEW makes one. They make one all the time. It's so annoying. But anyway,
there is a guy who works at my shop, at my local shop, who is a massive WWE fan. Who he's. I try and talk to him about the stuff, and he's just like, "Oh, that's not the way it works. You like to just chill." But he goes to the thing all the time. So I guess you have one WWE super fanboy who enjoys them. So.
And I want to clear something. Eric and I don't hate WWE. We just hate the people who are tribalism about.
Yeah, I said they are.
Yeah.
I told him, I said I would rather be trapped in a MSNBC think tank than a room full of WWE fans.
I'd rather be trapped in Oliver with Rachel Maddow for a day.
Yeah,
dude. What? No, that's just flat out torture.
So it's listening to these idiots that now they're okay. There was a match on Dynamite last night. That one match more wrestling than all of SmackDown, WWE fans are basically saying, "So who cares about wrestling?" And that's kind of
That's the point of watching the stuff.
I mean,
I said I get liking the Matt Hardy was on a podcast this morning. Said the Tony Khan angle is the first thing that made his wife watch in years, because she's the prototypical WWE fan.
Yeah.
Just likes the drama and the build up to it. And that's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, I said Drew McIntyre resigned. The second comment in the thread was, I'm sorry, the first was sorry AEW fantasists. It's like, fuck off, all you. Yeah. Said, for one thing, I love Drew McIntyre.
Yeah.
I don't want him in AEW because he's better suited for WWE, just like CM Punk is better suited for WWE because until he wears out his welcome there.
I will say this, though.
Which he's going to do, because
I
he
mean,
already
it's
did it.
inevitable.
I don't blame Drew McIntyre. He got that awesome sword as a bonus. You see that sword he got?
Yeah, some people, like I said, Drew McIntyre at this point is more of a cartoon character
Of
or a
himself.
superhero. And those guys, it's WWE's better place for guys like that. Doesn't mean he wouldn't be great in AEW, but like I said, but the idea that these idiots forgot what it was like when they were the only game in town.
And actually, I do find that there's some of the WWE stuff is getting better. I don't watch it all that much. Still don't watch it all that much anymore, but it's getting better because Vince is out, and so they can actually start having some,
I feel
Real
like
tough.
AEW does need to stop taking pot shots at WWE, and WWE, if it stands, need to keep talking about AEW.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, and honestly, just if you're a wrestling fan, ignore social media. Just watch it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I said it's
We're in a
kind of
social media world.
snowballed on them. But I mean, like Monday night, I think Damian Priest and Jey Uso are confronting each other. Priest is saying something, and Uso goes, "Yeet." And he says something else, and he goes,
Where are we getting that from? Yeet.
"Yeah, that's the only thing." Uso wears a shirt that says "Yeet."
Oh
Yeah.
my
When
God.
His glasses
somebody-
say yeet.
Somebody basically put a cease and desist on it, and then that WWE had to go out and buy the rights to it, because, like I said, if Jey Uso isn't saying "yeet" within 5 seconds of you seeing him, or if Bianca Belair isn't twirling her hair,
Yeah.
WWE fans get confused. They don't know what to do.
I've never liked her, and I've never liked that whole thing because she's got this really long hair. If I was wrestling her, the first thing I'd do is I'd get up, wrap her around her neck, and start choking up out of her.
She
with it.
is enormously talented, and
Yeah, she is.
everybody's forgotten because she's, like I said, she's a caricature now, and
But she's a baddie.
And that's what they're going
She
to do with
turned heel.
Jade Cahill now.
I thought she's but Jade Cargill is like a new faction.
Oh,
But Jade Cahill, she's making her Storm, and they're gonna turn her into a character soon too.
oh well. Listen, she's somebody she's definitely better suited for WWE.
Well, yeah,
I point out
they love Goldberg.
WWE fans hated her until she was one of theirs, and
comment I saw on because of Dynamite, and someone said like, "Now I understand why Goldberg said he wouldn't want to work at AEW. It's too immature." I'm like, Goldberg, shut up. Nobody liked you in WCW. Nobody liked you in WWE,
Yeah.
and people still don't like you.
well, I'm sorry saying that. I can't remember if he said AEW was too gimmicky or
That's what he said.
whatever it was.
Too gimmicky,
Whatever.
yeah.
Basically, he was describing WWE to a T.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, just go back to building your cars or whatever, because that was just
What's
really
up,
dumb.
Real LLJ XRZ?
Wait. I guess I can run through my tiny pile here.
You have piles.
You have
Tiny pile.
a pile? He's got a whole treasure trove.
He can't even have pile. He just has an 8 pile.
Let's see, number 4.
As it
That's
should.
it. It was there. I skipped the Mark Russell part because I said I despise that idiot.
I'll just say the best thing about the whole entire book is the cover.
Oh, hey, you got the Boahaha #1 of you got Boahaha #1 up there behind
Well,
you.
that's actually the second anniversary or third. It's like issue 25 or 24. Whatever. These last three are in no really particular order because like I said it's great to get a Nexus story again. Yeah, Steve Rude's art I didn't appreciate it nearly as much as I should have. Love it now. And I did get the 60s Frank Cho cover.
Nice.
Like I said, I would have gotten it either way after talking to Joe, and it didn't disappoint. I'm not big on Space Ghost lore, but I recently found a beat up copy of his first appearance from the mid 60s. And I remember a prestige format one shot from Kamiko in 1987 that was really good. That was he's a talk show host guy, whatever.
Yeah.
And because that didn't do anything for me, but
that was, I understand they're trying to piggyback after the whole thing with that talk show was supposed to piggyback after the Conan. Remember the Late Show Conan? You'd have people come out and impersonate like Bill Clinton. That was their thing.
Yeah, and there's an entire generation that knows Space Ghost is that.
Yep.
So it worked, but but that generation is gone now. So I kind of like that they're trading on the nostalgia.
I'm still here, sir. So is this guy.
Oh, there's a commercial for the new Doctor Who. Hey,
What,
Doctor He Him.
Yeah, that's good Lord. And then number one, I will say if I had to pick one, but this, my God, it was brutal.
Splitting headache.
That's what she said.
Like I said, here we are in 2024 when most of comics are just dreadful, but we're getting right now. We're living in an age, at least for the next month or so, where we're getting 2 Garth Ennis books a month. Yeah, truly a golden age, kids.
All right. Let's see here. That was when the Adult Swim stuff where they took poses from old comics and added new dialogue.
Yeah, there's some good stuff back in the Adult Swim with Johnny Bravo. That was actually kind of cool.
Johnny Bravo was awesome.
Couple of random back issues. That's the camera slowing. Lone Ranger.
Nice.
Number 99. Looney Tunes.
Hey, he's got a hat like Zach's.
No, this is better.
Marge's Little Lulu.
My mom loves Little Lulu.
Where's the other one? What the graphic has?
Oh, what? Vampirlotta. Holy crap! If I can find it real quick.
Every time I see that, it's like that is so wrong. I
gotta find it. Here it is.
Oh my goodness!
Now look at what the sign says.
Kenny. No, it's good. Whale exhibit. Oh no!
Could you imagine trying to get away with that today?
Yeah, it's called Faith.
Yeah, but we're supposed to celebrate her obesity.
Hey, can you put up that old the other one you had
the Little Lulu?
Little Lulu.
Sure.
I wanted to. I'm sure my mom would love to see this. Sorry, I'm just gonna send it to my mom. But yeah, cool. Thanks.
All right. Yep. And then Clint, I love you.
Dude.
I heard when I was doing stuff for the old reading about the old EC stuff, like going between the Golden Age and the Silver Age, where like the DC stuff was in between, that people love those old young romance books. All the cowboys stuff in the young romance right before EC came in. And this isn't against you. I don't get it. I don't.
It's look. There are some people that are too insecure in their heterosexuality to appreciate a good romance comic, and that's okay, Jeff.
Yes,
You
yes.
I gotta ask. So, what books are you grading though right now? You don't have a stack next to you that you're grading?
Oh
for?
no.
Really? Wow.
Um,
Must be light work this week.
no, I was working on something else, but no, the romance genre, if you can, it was huge. I mean, at the time, romance, western, sci-fi, horror, because superheroes were dead in a doornail.
Yeah.
The 50s, right?
Yeah, basically,
after
post World War II, they started dying out, and they were clinically dead by the end of the 40s.
Captain America left shelves for how many years? 5?
A couple, and then they tried to bring him back a couple times in the 50s.
Yeah, there was only what, 2 that kept going, 3 that kept going. There was Batman, Superman, and
Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And there was Green Arrow and Aquaman were backup features in Adventure Comics. I'm trying to remember but the superhero presence pretty much disappeared from Marvel.
Right.
And DC was just like the big 3 that survived. But like Batman, if you're like Batman post, once the code was enacted, spent more time in space than on Earth. And it became really silly, but they're great to read now. But
that's basically what they're doing in the 60s, 66 afterwards, all that stuff that they're doing in the
Batman
60s.
Did you say Batman was spending time in space?
Oh, yeah.
Did he take his underwear and dive back to Earth?
No, he had
the bat rocket and stuff. He did it the right way.
To get back to what you're saying, Jeff, romance comics, if you can put aside whatever stigmas that you may feel they have, or any blows to your manhood or something, and just embrace them, they're hysterical. And a lot of them most of them had better art than the other genres. I mean, actually at the time, superhero art was probably the worst of the bunch.
So these are it was all sort of unintentionally camp. Is that what you're saying? Or
I don't think they were unintentionally camp in those days, but that's what they've become.
Yeah. Okay.
Because there are some romance books where they'll just go back and change the dialogue, but then you go, you really don't have to.
No.
I mean, they're entertaining. I mean, I would love to now. Some of the pre-code romance dealt with some, adultery, and various things that are adultery adjacent.
Was that EC?
What I'm saying, like the ones we read, there was stuff that happened in the ones we read that night that you couldn't do once the code was enacted, because you couldn't have husbands cheating on their wives or vice versa.
Yeah,
not moral.
Those happened a lot during the EC stuff.
Oh yeah, but EC had a romance comic, I think, a moon, a girl,
and a pizza place,
and a horse or something.
Rod Reynolds for a show.
Yeah, I said, I mean, I love them. I said, I get a huge kick out of them. But also I said, I love war comics. I love Western comics. And the older I get, the more I've really grown to appreciate some of these other genres that, I always liked romance, science fiction, and horror, but
Adam Strange,
war and war and westerns. I'm really developing a fondness for that. I guess I just never got around to before.
It's called maturity.
I'm a superhero junkie. I have. Yeah. I had tens and tens of thousands of superhero books.
I hear you.
And I liked horror before I got into comics. Because when I was a little kid, it was baseball cards and horror.
Yeah. See, I'm doing some stuff now. Like I was superheroes back in the day, and then I started sci-fi. As I got older, I started liking horror, and as I get older, I'm finding there's other. I'm going, okay, let me read this, and I'm liking it. So that wasn't a cheap shot at you by saying it's maturity. I'm saying, hey, as you get older, you start understand liking more stuff.
Yeah, it's I mean, I didn't develop a taste for jazz until I was in my 50s. So yeah. So there's not. I mean, it's not. There's some truth to that, but um, but and one of the reasons why I'm not as much into superheroes now, at least current, is because I've read so much good stuff that it's just the most of the newer stuff just doesn't measure up.
Well, I can say one word why I'm kind of like more getting out of superhero stuff. There's one word I can mention.
Well,
and that word is Brubaker.
Yeah, Brubaker is awesome. I mean, I love Brubaker.
Brubaker is getting. I'm gonna say Brubaker is getting me away from superhero stuff, getting me into the crime noir stuff, and that's why I'm taking ventures into Dick Tracy and some of the other stuff.
And I understand what Breen's saying too, because if you look at some of the stuff from way back then, what they're doing, some of the stuff they're doing now, they're still trying to do they're trying to retell the older stories and doing a horrible job at it. And some of the modern stuff. I mean, you take Brubaker, I'd put him up with the best. You get some of the people, they're doing this stuff now who are trying to do these like noir stories, and you're like, this stuff sucks.
I wonder though. Honestly, piggyback. I wonder if like Marvel and DC were as good as they were in in the 80s and the 90s, at least early 90s. Would I venturing into indie books? Would I be looking at the Western stuff? Would I be doing that stuff? Or would I still just be focused on superheroes? I was
possibly. Because the analogy I'll use is, I'll go to conventions and say for the first hour I'm looking and I'm not finding anything I want. Mm-hmm. Then I find that booth, that first thing, and then all of a sudden everything starts looking better. The more good stuff is out there, the more you want.
Yeah,
it's just it's simple. You call it greed if you want, or you just call it simple human nature. I think that the lack of quality from the big two, to me, makes it almost harder to find things in the indie books because I can't. It's like I can't get the car to turn over to get started. So it's like, I mean, now I think we're actually hitting a little bit of an uptick. I get what Richard keeps saying. The comics, as we know them, are dead. I understand that why you would think that, but by the same token, we're getting, I said like the James Bond series, so much better. 3 years ago, like I said, we had a black lesbian James Bond, and James Bond himself, subservient to her because it was written by a black lesbian who can't think outside of her own personality.
Yeah,
and now we're getting. Garth, we're getting Punisher James Bond.
I think I say Garth Brooks at first. I was.
I said, we're getting. So we're getting a Flash Gordon. We're getting Dick Tracy. We're getting a Space Ghost. We're getting a Johnny Quest. And by all accounts, none of them are woke, because we had that a few years ago with like Judge Dredd and RoboCop in the Shadow. So it's like we might finally be coming out of that people are finally realizing that, we wish that this woke shit would sell, but it doesn't. And we don't have Disney or whoever owns DC right now money behind us. So we better start giving the people what they want. And God bless Robert Kirkman, who doesn't need any of this shit at this point.
Yeah.
Still understanding what it's like to be a comic book fan and giving fans what they want.
All right. Here, let me ask you something. Now, if you go back to Batman 66 and stuff back in the 60s and early 70s, I mean, that was I don't know if you're old enough to remember that. Were people saying the comics were dying then? Because I remember watching a Neil Adams interview where he was watching that saying how disappointed he was with that stuff, and they needed to get it back to the way Batman was originally. So he started swinging him over. Then you got the Dark Knight Returns coming, and that swung it darker. So that got us the late '80s, early '90s stuff.
Well, yeah.
And so it was swinging up. Now it's come back down, and I'm beginning to think that it might, with some of these things you just brought up, it's starting to swing back the other way again. You think that might be
the Batman?
I mean,
yes,
comics in general.
No, Batman sales were plummeting in the '60s, but those numbers would be dominating the industry today. But yeah, I said, but the Batman in the first half of the '80s, I think Batman might be the only character that I thought was better pre-crisis than post-crisis because of all the great Conway and
I got nothing left to drink.
George, Doug mentioned whatnot, but
I think it was beforehand.
What's that?
Mensch was pre.
Yeah.
Wow. What about
Mensch Conway wrote most of the Batman stories in Detective from like '80 to '85.
Wow.
And then
when did Jim Aparo get on there?
Well, Jim Aparo started in the late '60s when he came over from Charlton.
So he was already over there after Neil Adams or before? Actually,
he was actually Neil Adams did about 8 Brave and the Bolds, which kind of really introduced him to comic book audiences.
Yeah.
Who up to that point, or at least at DC, had known him from Superman covers. And ironically, Mort Weisinger didn't want any part of Neil Adams doing the covers. And Neil went into his office and said, "Let me do one. If you don't like it, you'll never hear from me again." He did the one, and Weisinger called him into the office and said, "I want you to do them all." And then that led to, well, because at the time, people didn't, superhero fans didn't like that realistic stuff. That's why that kind of art was in war and romance books.
I look at the early Batman books. They kind of like, you can see kind of how what's his name, Ed Carney or Haney, is that his name? Is
Bob Haney? It was
Bob Haney. Bob Haney. As far as just the keeping on the writing wasn't really that like adultish. At least what I found out the few books I read.
DC was where the kids read until they graduated to Marvel.
Because you read those Gardner Fox, like when it comes to like the Hawkman, holy crap! Those were like your Garth Ennis of the day.
Do you know what you didn't have then? A
Code.
code.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's.
But I'm just saying, it was like I said, you could tell, like, it wasn't until Neil Adams came on. Since then, it's the code, because the code, I guess, the code made it so you could only write certain. Well, you could do it. Basically, it was just censorship. You're not allowed to write this, can't write this, unless you have a magazine and you can write that. Then you can write it.
But it's amazing how much difference Neil Adams is an artist, because if you read a Bob Haney Brave and the Bold with not Neil Adams, it just seems so much more childish.
It does.
But then there's about a year between Adams and Aparo coming on to do the regular art on Brave and the Bold. And, because that basically Jim Aparo was the house artist for Brave and the Bold.
And then Norm Brofeigel, he was
on Batman. And then, Aparo did the actual Batman title. But Jim Aparo's best days were on Brave and the Bold. Like from the late 90s issue numbers into say 140 something. That was about it was like 4 or 5 year window where he was just phenomenal. And
he died like 2000, or has he died early?
It seemed like he died fairly young. It was like the early 2000s.
But I think he was born in like 1913 or something like that.
No, he wasn't. As I said, I'll look it up real quick, but I don't think he was. I'm not sure he made it to 70.
But I mean, honestly, I agree with you as far as Batman. I wouldn't say he's being better before Crisis, but I'd say he was likable. He was good before Crisis and good after Crisis for me. What I've been reading, a few issues here and there.
Okay, he'd be 91 if he were still alive, but born in 32.
Okay, so he was
died in 05, so he lived 73 when he died.
Yeah,
just short of 73.
Cancer, something like that. I think he got.
I didn't see, but and also if you want to see, he was the Aquaman artist with Steve Skeets as the writer when DC tried to make that more. They tried to aim older with that. DC audiences didn't care. It was like CBS comedy without a laugh track. Their audience doesn't know when to laugh. And it's kind of the same thing with DC. It's like you know, Green Lantern, Green Arrow got canceled while Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams were on the book. Aquaman got canceled with Steve Skeets and Jim Aparo, and Jim Aparo was doing a pretty good Neil Adams impression in those days. But it's just, like I said, DC fans just weren't ready yet.
You sure his name wasn't Steve Yeats?
Yeet. But yeah, I said I highly recommend those. There's a couple of Aquaman hardcovers. They have about 8 issues each. And see, I disagree, Jackson, because they were so insane. I mean, it was like just at any given issue, Bruce Wayne's a senator now.
Was it Cardi that was on with Penny on the Titans?
Yes, Nick Cardi did.
I like that art on Titans.
Nick Cardi. He also drew the covers of just a ton of like House of Secrets type stuff, and Nick Cardi was fabulous. I mean, he could draw. He probably still drew the prettiest Donna Troy because he was very good at drawing pretty women.
Well, he's the one that originally drew where he shows like the different ages versions of was it Wonder Woman, I think it was, that cover. You see like you have the girl, the baby, then the girl, teen, and then adults.
I don't remember. I don't.
You know what cover I'm talking about? It was a cover or interior or something like that. They showed like Wonder Woman, like 3 different ages.
I'm trying to visualize.
I remember over Engeltine was showing it off. He had he was talking about that, how like the art and stuff. So I think I'm not sure if it was a Wonder Woman book or if it was Donna Troy book.
Well, if it had been a Donna Troy book, it would have been because Nick Hardy was retired.
Well, I mean, I asked because Kurt Swan was in the '80s still drawing.
Yeah, but Donna Troy didn't have a solo book until
that's right. Yeah,
the early 2000s, and really only the one miniseries,
which is a shame.
Yeah, I don't know why she. I don't know why that character they never.
Here's one reason. Nobody wanted to see Terry every single freaking week.
Freaking Terry, man. Terry.
Terry wasn't. Here's the problem with Terry. If George Perez had given him like straight hair and was clean shaven, he wouldn't have looked anywhere near as creepy. But if you look at all the people, Jericho looks like a teenage version of Terry. It's just everybody that Perez did had that white afro and just looked. It just I said Terry just looked creepy.
He looked like Hyde from that '70s show.
Yeah, he did,
but much older.
And Hyde was creepy, even especially now that we know what he's like in real life.
Well, that's besides the point.
Yeah. But Hyde was the character Hyde was kind of creepy too. Funny.
Anyway, though, like I said, I go back and we've had a couple of, if you guys haven't checked out the readings, we did some of the fun comics to split it up. We did some Flash back when Zach used to read it with us on the weekends.
That long ago?
It's been
it's been very, very long since that was probably 3 years ago, 4 maybe now that Zach we were reading the Jay Garrick ones.
Flash. Oh, that was Jay Garrick. Yeah, that was a while.
Excuse me, sir, fine sir, gentlemen. I have to say something. How's it going, little guy?
Oh gosh, I don't miss that.
Whatever gets him out here faster. I mean, I accepted that Jackson's going to be here because he's my best friend. He's going to support me.
People, let me tell you about my best friend.
Hello to Maranya saying, Perez.
Hello to Maranya.
I
She's
know.
been here the whole time.
Oh, I haven't said hello to her though. I'm finally saying hello. It's
That is true. He did not give the throw to Robin, Wally, and Beast Boy.
That's because he didn't create those. But boy, I tell you what, if you gave him a and I can't remember if Perez himself had an afro at the time. No, I'm gonna show another.
wait, hold on. I that's how we get Jackson out of here. We just keep singing.
Just keep singing.
He's my one boy, cuddly toy, my up, my down, my get the hell out of here, Jackson.
Hey, ducks.
I think
Nice.
I've done this before, but
Hold on. Let me give you a proper.
Full screen.
so speaking of Disney, are you guys familiar with the comic collector geek?
I'm saying I've probably seen it because there's so many people with similar names.
Yeah, he's the one that lives 2 doors down from Justin Trudeau.
Oh,
and his collection is worth millions.
Oh wow!
I mean, because he's
he's the one that had like the whole wall of comics behind him. Okay, yeah, I've seen him on Graphic a few times.
Yesterday, the reason why I sometimes I don't watch his videos because it's kind of depressing. Because he has he has Detective 38.
First Robin.
Yes,
I haven't heard that name in a while.
He has I found a Sun Girl #1 with the cover, with the top cut off to be returned, and it's like a $3,500 book. But not obviously not the one that I came up with, but the next day, that's the thumbnail of Alan's video.
Nice.
So I go, I'll watch that bit up. He pulls out Walt Disney's Comics and Stories #1.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's more than 3 digits, isn't it?
Yes. That's I think
it would only be in the hundreds.
I want to say one of the books he showed in a 9.4 is 48 grand.
Wow.
And I would imagine that he probably has over 1,000 books worth more than $1,000.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah, it's
So do we just, on a non-personal level, hate him just because of that?
He's a nice guy, but
you don't hate him. You try to get him to will.
Yeah. Well, he's a lot younger than me, so I'm gonna bow out because I think he's gonna outlast me.
Well, I mean, Morrison was a lot younger than you.
Why are you?
But it's just you see things when you watch Alan's videos that are just, it's amazing. I said it's just the things that they show. And
when people pull out Golden Age books and they're like in very good condition, and you immediately recognize how expensive it is because you looked it up and you've never seen one in live before, and this guy's like, I got 2 of them.
Well,
it's like what?
I don't know if I'd ever seen the. I think Jeff wants to be full screen there.
That's a nightmare.
I don't think. Well, he had his face covered, so it's okay.
Okay.
That's all it takes for me to get on the full screen.
No, it's my thought got derailed, but
thousands of dollars.
I don't know.
It still didn't come back, but
Golden Age books, money.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I said Night Tiger has a bunch of Golden Age, but Alan has so many keys. Like like I said, that Sun Girl. I don't think I'd ever seen one, and then I see it twice in 2 days.
Yeah,
it's like because you can't make this shit up. But his was signed.
Wow.
Did it have a COA on it?
I think it actually did, but
wow.
DNA too included. No.
Now, speaking of signed, they had a contest at my LCS, and it just concluded today, where you could win a signed copy of Spawn 350 by McFarlane. Is he the one that writes?
Is it the one that came out this year?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, they just gave it away today. But never been a big Spawn fan, so I didn't really try and win it.
I mean, McFarlane. I mean, obviously, my holy grail for McFarlane getting signed would be like his first book that he did over for Marvel over there. As far as
I wouldn't mind, and I had a copy of this,
at least,
but the Web of Spider-Man #1 or Spider-Man #1,
yeah.
one that he did with the. I wouldn't mind getting a signed copy of that, or
Or I was thinking more like it was amazing. It's Amazing 300, right? That's
the first. He was the Hulk artist for.
what I mean. For Spidey, I'm talking about Spider-Man. I mentioned
First Spider-Man was 298.
Yeah.
I've got that somewhere. I've got like.
Was that his first cover, or is that his first interior?
Yeah, both.
Is that the one? Which is the one I did all the webs, hanging up in the? I thought that was anniversary one, right? The 300.
Well, yeah, because the reason why 300 is so valuable isn't because it's the 300th issue. It's the first full Venom. Yes. It was the third issue because he did. He started with 298 with like a chance story, and then 299 the Venom reveals on the last page of that, and yeah, that's.
Now, how I can imagine how that one dude that got paid $200 because he made the black Spider-Man suit feels right now, knowing how Venom is, how that turned out to be one of the most famous characters that
Jackson had. Did he move away from Justin Trudeau, or is that the move that got him within 2 doors of Justin?
He moved in with Justin Trudeau. Dun dun.
Oh, yikes.
But I said, yeah, this guy's collection's it's insane.
You mean he lives 2 doors down from Fidel Castro's son?
Yes.
I mean,
he did at one point, yeah.
Hey, if Kenny could move into, what is it? It used to be a funeral home. Why can't somebody move into a museum? I'm waiting for that to be on a YouTube channel. This is my.
Well, I got to mention, I said, what kind of security does this guy have to have? Because, I mean, I said,
good one.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow. You look at how criminals now, if people use Snapchats, they figure out where you are, your daily routine. And if you're advertising, hey, any landmarks,
I don't think that's a problem that he has. Is
I'm saying, it's how easy with technology people can recognize if you're obviously like you're doing self-check-in, at Facebook, I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, and if you live 2 houses down from Justin Trudeau, I'm sure just the security presence
would be
enough to keep your house safe.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of like really big collections, there's this show on MeTV. It's on Sunday afternoons. I saw they had it advertised on Svengoolie. It's called Collector's Call.
Yeah.
And did you see the one where they did that Batman museum?
I want to say yes.
The one where he had there was a shield, Captain America's shield that he had signed by the whole cast. He had the Stark car where he fell onto it, and not just all like there was all this Batman stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that stuff that gave me.
I would say there's one where a guy even has like a bat pole to get down to it.
That's a little different thing, but yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. But some of these people have. Just to have that type of money to be able to buy that type of shit, or just Because
it's weird because most people that have that kind of money aren't interested.
Yeah,
and so that's why. So when you get that rare occurrence where you have somebody with FU money that has collectible hobbies that aren't yachts and cars.
Yeah. Well, some of this stuff I'm sure they've collected over a lifetime that they weren't planning on doing it ahead of time, but. Just, dude, there'd be so much stuff that I'd want to get if I had, J.K. Rowling money or Elon Musk money or something like that. I'd just be going, okay, I want this, I want this, I want this. Yeah.
I'm gonna buy this separate house just to put my comic books in, and that's one of 4 houses that I have comic books in.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yep.
And I don't have a copy of the Tumblr. I have the real Tumblr. I would just be
No, it's weird. I mean, I think about at this point, I'm still young-ish enough to where I would like to have some of this stuff, but it would have been nicer about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But then 20 years ago, I was buying AF-15. That was cool. That's I can at least say I had it once, but yeah, it's and I had Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and Daredevil 1 twice.
Jesus.
There will not be a third time.
Yeah, not unless you have to sell off your real kids and then you're also these two kids too.
The only way that would ever happen is if someone just said, "Here, I don't want these anymore. I found them in a like if somebody came in to my brother's store to sell records and said, "Hey, these were here. Just take them." And that's not going to happen, obviously. So I mean, there's not going to be a.
That's something that I've seen. Like I like watching these videos every once in a while. Like people go to garage sales and go comic book hunting. I found a guy who went there and he went to one and he's like, I'm collecting comics. The guy goes, hey, I've got all this stuff downstairs, and one of the ones he had downstairs was Hulk 181. And it's like the guy had no idea what he had, and he's like, I hate myself for saying this, but this one's worth a lot of money, and he wound up getting it from the guy anyway for a few hundred. But it's like, well, that'll never happen with me.
But you also got to think about like some of the stuff that these AF-15s, Fantastic Four, they are over 60 years old.
Yeah.
So I mean, like if somebody comes into the store and says, "Hey, I've got these books that were in my parents' basement. They're like 30 years old." That's fucking young blood.
Yeah.
I mean, because when I started collecting, a 30-year-old book was published in World War II. I said, now it's Image. Yeah. That's and the Image books didn't need to be recycled for paper for the war, or didn't get thrown into bonfires by angry parents, and
also their initial the initial Image books had a huge print run because everyone thought that they'd make money off of them, and without realizing the laws of supply and demand.
Yeah, that's funny that how many financial people made that same mistake with the death of Superman.
Yeah.
How do people that have made their money in finance not understand supply and demand?
Yeah. And that's just, I try and explain that to people now, and it's like, dude, it's not that it's a number one. It's that the Action Comics Volume 1, number 1, there's 4 in the whole world, and there's a lot of people want it. There's not going to be a lot of them with only 4 people wanting it. That's not the way that it works. That's not going to make it a lot of money. And you're like, I'm explaining. If I'm explaining this to you, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I heard the number of Action Comics 1s that are out there, and it's not that many.
Yeah. Or
like it's in the hundreds now.
Detective 27s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and just
and the fact that those are 85 years old or whatever it is now.
Yeah.
The likelihood of finding one in mom's attic, not real good.
Yeah, or in decent shape on top of it.
The cover's torn off. I'm sure with Action Comics number 1, I'm sure even if the cover was missing, it's still worth something, I'm sure.
You wouldn't see that type of money in like 3 or 4 years, dude. You're working your ass off. That's still more than our lives are worth.
Well,
absolutely, yeah.
That's with both covers taken off, front and back.
Mm-hmm.
But how old is this? This is
What issue is that?
It's Renew Your Vows. It's a variant edition number 1.
Well, Renew Your Vows. If it's volume 1 or volume 2, there's two volumes.
Was it like early 2010s or something like that?
Yeah. I don't want to pop it.
Is it Jody Hollinger or Dan Slott?
It was Jerry Conway, isn't it? Wasn't he the writer on the first?
Jody Hollinger was on the second one. I think.
I know that.
But look at it's kind of hard to see, with this thing on there. But they have.
Hold on. Let me full screen there, buddy.
I don't know if you can see who. I mean, they have different.
Can you hold the bottom part up? There might be a name on the bottom part up.
No,
you can see.
No, there's not.
Renew Your Vows number 1.
Yeah.
It has Secret Wars on there too, so that gives you like 2015.
Oh, that might be one of those Secret Wars tie-ins that they did. Yeah.
So I mean, I wanted to ask, but I liked this, and it was a. He said that it was a small print run and stuff, and I was like, all right, cool. But this guy had this was I think this was Ramos that did it, and
Humberto.
yeah, he had a lot of stuff there. He was selling he had some original art, which was 4 figures just for a full page of original art.
Oh, holy cow! No, that wasn't a tie-in. That was there's 23 issues of Amazing Spider-Man Renew Your Vows. That was not the tie-in that I was thinking of.
No, there's a bunch there. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking because he said Secret Wars. We talk about egregious tie-ins. Secret Wars, the 2015 one had the worst amount. It
was probably a variant advertising because it came out right time around Secret Wars came out.
Yeah, I think this was.
Yeah, and the Bendis Secret Wars, or either Hickman or Bendis, one of the two. Probably more like Hickman.
See,
that's
Wars, something that really kind of pisses me off. You take a look at some of the original event comics, like Crisis on Infinite Earth, Secret Wars. There were no tie-ins, none. Now, I mean, you get.
Well, there were no tie-ins in what?
For
the classic events he's talking about.
The original Secret Wars.
Right.
There's no tie-ins. It's just the 12 inches. Then you get No Man's Land right here. You get 3 books of No Man's Land right there, and it's takes up 3 books for that. And there's and then you have what's that one I was looking at? Blackest Night. I have the Blackest Night thing.
That's a good one.
That's this thick with all the different tie-ins and stuff.
The tie-ins for that one are good though.
Well, No Man's Land, there was not a miniseries called No Man's Land. It was just a bad event through all the books. There was one shot No Man's Land, but so that was a different kind of event with
But I love that. I mean, that's some good stuff. That's the 90s good Batman stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's No Man's Land, kind of like the Triangulator.
They used some of that for the Dark Knight Rising. They pulled some of that for Dark Knight Rising. But I think No Man's Land is a lot better than Nightfall. Actually, if you
don't ever use the words pulling.
I agree with you. Right. I agree with you.
No Man's Land is much better.
Yes, better
because there are no men.
Jackson, I think what you meant was some distinguished gentleman.
A man of culture.
A man of culture, refinement. Someone who would never say, "Hey, Jackson, I wish I borrowed one from Pixel."
So, Jackson, what are you talking about?
Cormac Saga is great.
Oh, is he talking about you, Breen? Oh, I didn't watch that, so I didn't know you're talking about that.
Of course you didn't.
I expected Gilligan's Island, and I got that. I was so disappointed.
I get a text from Jerry and said, "When did you become Grizzly Adams?"
Hey, a bear living with a bear, Grizzly Adams.
Which one's the bear? Which one's the cub?
Both. Just different types of bears.
But that was a lot of fun last night, actually.
What's his name? Zach?
What's his name? Right here.
Yeah.
That guy. That one dude.
There will be Megatron spoilers in that prequel for Transformers.
I figured.
That day.
Yeah.
I'm browsing so the people don't have to. I'm browsing Bleeding Cool news. See what's out right now.
Oh, you're such a hero.
Isn't Bleeding Cool just the shill for the
risking your computer? So that we can all know what's coming.
which is those that are just a really big shill? There's
with CBR.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Well, actually, no. CBR was calling out some of the bad writing. Calls out Zebwell's.
CBR is still like 60% trash. Some of their articles have gotten better, though. I will say some of them.
Like I said, they've been calling out Amazing Spider-Man, saying how Zebwell's is trash. The whole Paul story should never have happened. It is the worst thing. It's the worst story. It's the worst Spider-Man story hated by fans. You could take a poll of fans of Spider-Man, real fans, not the normies that just started with the Zeb Wells and all that stuff, and Nick Spencer. I'm talking about the original ones, like Breen's age, Geekeasy's age, Aaron all up.
Clone
And
Saga
you asked
probably didn't
him, would you rather read Zod Wells or would you rather read the one where Mary Jane dies because she got infected by his radioactive semen?
Neither.
Honestly, I would say Carrie Andrews' book, as bad as it was, is miles better than Zeb Wells' shit.
What about you? What about throwing Clone Saga in there?
Clone Saga is Clone Saga. The problem is that it went on too long. For those who didn't live it like me, I don't have an issue with it.
I've never read. I need to get something together.
Clone Saga it's one of those that if you live through it, you have the right to make fun of it, but a lot of these people don't. It's just become it's cool to make fun of that.
It's getting retro hate, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I mean, but I'll look at it. What the Clone Saga was supposed to establish was that the Spider-Man that we'd been reading for the last 20 years was the clone and not the original.
Yeah.
But fan outcry was so great, they didn't do it.
Yep.
Because now think about that. Now think about how they react to people that want Peter and Mary Jane together.
Yep.
I said, the idea of a business is, in theory, to give the customers what they want. Marvel is, to quote, because Aaron Sparrow is a wise man when he's not talking about wrestling, but they are so fantagonistic.
Yes. Well, there's a couple of other things that had these big things where they were going to. Who was that one where they were supposed to be? There was a miniseries where they were going to reveal who the killer was, and it was supposed to be somebody who died, but then the fans found out about it ahead of time, so they switched it at the end. Was it not Secret Identity?
Well, might have been Hobgoblin.
The Meltzer one.
Identity Crisis.
Yes, something like that. I think it was something like that. And I'm sorry to bring this up because I don't know, I can't remember it. But there was one thing where there was a series, and there was one person who was supposed to be the killer, and people found out about it, so they went and changed it real quick between issues just to sit there and say, "See, this wasn't it," but they were going on with the reacting to these companies. They need to do something and then stick with it, and keep it set and just say this is the way it goes.
Like they were, like I said, the biggest thing I find as a Spider-Man fan is insulting with the Clone Saga. At least the second one is that Mary Jane was pregnant, and then they decided, we can't have a girl, so they just took the baby away.
Yeah, technically she's still out there. But
yes.
Yeah.
She's gonna come back as evil at some point.
Yeah, the Identity Crisis. I said it making Jean Loring an insane murderer was just I thought ridiculous, and it ushered in. Then a year later, you have Max Lord shooting Blue Beetle in the head. Now, a friend of mine who never does this stuff, but I've been friends with him even longer. And I've been friends with Jerry. He quit comics after that. And he'd been into comics longer than I had even. He now goes back, he buys all the trades and stuff, but he's never read new comics regularly since the Maxwell Lord shooting Blue Beetle in the head. He goes, this is what I signed on for.
Yeah.
And, DC had some good stuff, but it was so dark and depressing.
Well, DC's always been the dark one.
Marvel. They haven't. The first 15 years, get your drinking stuff out. Post-crisis, there was a lot of fun at DC. But it just got it got ugly in the 2000s. Because like I said, Maxwell Lord was such a fun character. They created him as being shady, but he got so over that they kind of just made him one of the gang. But then to turn him cartoonishly evil in 2005, and what was worse, when they did this, they were doing a retro blah Justice League series that came out.
Oh,
So you get
yeah.
that version while you
Yeah.
have Max Lord shooting Blue Beetle in the head. And yeah, it was a powerful moment when Wonder Woman
Snapped his
had
neck.
to snap his neck because he had programmed Superman to basically kill the world. So if she hadn't killed him, Superman would have, basically just, have you ever seen Irredeemable? That's
Yes,
a Mark
yes,
Waid book about
yes.
what if Superman went bad?
Yes, I have it.
Yeah, that's so. But
It's
again, I said
sitting right there.
You seen a girl man naked?
I wouldn't.
Yes, I have.
I would
In the
trade
mirror
all
every day.
those really cool stories, including Blackest Night, for the sense of fun that DC had and lost. If they've Rebirth, they came close to finding it again, but then here comes Dark Knight's death metal or whatever, and
So
it's all downhill.
I grabbed some things I got from Target. Yes, I shop at Target, but only when I go in for like certain things like entertainment stuff, not for like
Tuck suits.
yeah, not those.
I've got 3 of those.
So
Of course you do.
so I'm always looking for stuff, I can collect stuff, that nerdy stuff, and I found this.
Nice.
I'll
Oh,
be
what
right
a
back.
cute little Magneto. Off to destroy the world.
Right, yep. No.
Now,
Oh, sorry I didn't respond to your text, by the way, about the X-Men review. I saw that this morning when I woke up.
Yeah, I kind of figured you weren't.
Is it just me, or I do not understand why everyone likes Funko Pops? I mean,
Uh,
I don't
so-
see this.
I used to.
I'll say
I'm kinda
this.
falling out of it.
For Funko Pops, I get these because I love the background. I never take one out of the box though.
I've been like I watched con videos, like people going to cons to get signatures, and especially the horror ones. Everyone's going up and getting to who's the really famous
So-
Jason?
J. Scott Campbell?
No,
It's talking about Jason the killer, Friday 13th. Yes.
Yeah, the guy that the actor that played him. People remember-
Voorhees.
Yeah, but the actor
So-
who plays him. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The reason that people are getting them because they're affordable and they don't take up too much space, and then you can trade them.
But people are going in there
Depends
and
on how
getting.
many you have.
But people
Wow.
are going in and getting the box signed and stuff. And Brian O'Halloran had a
It's
Funko Pop thing of his stuff there. I was like, I don't
it's
get it.
a way for normies to get stuff signed too because they don't collect comic books.
That's true.
Nice. Is that Garrett?
No.
No, that's the rival. That's
The
his
rival.
arch, and that's one of. I think that might be Jay Garrick's second arch enemy. It's like an evil clone of him. Like the lightning bolt it goes the opposite way and everything.
Yeah, I normally wouldn't go for
It's
this.
Ben
but
Riley.
That's actually pretty cool.
I normally wouldn't go for it, but I was like, it's Jay Garrick. I was like, oh, I gotta get it. Do you know it's not Jay Garrick if it still looks like Jay Garrick? Technically
Before Dr. Elemental or whatever came
Yeah,
out,
yeah,
I think that was
yeah.
Jay's only real arch nemesis.
And then I like to grab these, collect them. This is the Hardek version, the robot
Nice.
version of Bruce.
Oh, yes.
Very nice. Very
Very
nice.
nice. Now they also build a figure too. These are McFarlane build a figures
I almost got.
because you can build Condiment Man.
Oh yes.
You know, I wouldn't mind put him in the Batman number 2. And then number 3
No.
can have Kite Man.
You wouldn't. The Condiment Man would not work in the Batman universe.
As a cameo, that'd be it. Glib cameo.
Yes. And then have Kite Man in number 3.
I don't know.
I would have. I would
In the
have.
beginning,
Batman-
they always beat somebody up at the very beginning. Have him do that.
Condiment King is basically the Ken. He's the male version of Karen, playing because they didn't do his burger right.
Nice. Hamill Joker.
Hamala, what?
I was trying to combine Hamill and Joker, and I'm not.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
So,
It's okay.
yeah, that's pretty much it. What I got for some toy action figure stuff. Yeah. Mr. Breen is on here. We don't need another Batman. Sorry, Thunderball or Thunderdome.
the worst the worst Road Warrior movie?
No, the current one is they're making a
Furiosa
prequel.
one?
They're making a prequel to Mad Max.
They've made it. It's coming out in a few weeks. Yeah.
To Mel Gibson's. They're gonna do it. They're gonna make a prequel to that.
Oh, are they really?
With
I thought that was just like a rumor or something.
Well, they're going to, but holy crap! I'm sorry. I don't care about Tom Hardy, Mad Max, whatever.
I don't mind him.
The only thing I would make it really cool is if Tom Hardy was the little kid that threw the boomerang. In number 2, the Road Warrior.
That was actually supposed to be him.
Growing up, that'd be awesome.
No, I mean that was supposed to be him narrating it. I think, wasn't it the Road Warrior? That was not supposed to be.
Well, there was him, yeah, in the Road Warrior. He was narrating, yeah. But I mean, like one of the kids from Beyond the Thunderdome, the kids, and Mad Max appear. So one of the kids takes over as the new Mad Max, and but
Fury Road was better than Thunderdome. Fury Road was better.
No, it wasn't.
My sister loves Fury Road.
I cannot stand the new Mad Max stuff.
Oh, I didn't say it was good. I just said that it was better than.
I think it's pretty good. The cinematography wise, it's shot really well.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a fantastic.
I want to see how Chris Hemsworth does the new this new bad guy. I want to see how Chris Hemsworth does. I like him as an actor. I used to just like him as Thor, but then I saw like that race car movie that he did. That was really good.
The other thing that's gonna piss off a lot of people too is they're doing a Master of the Universe, but they're rebooting the lore.
What universe?
Oh no, that's the one being done by the guy who directed Bumblebee.
They're doing a live action.
They're doing doing what? New universe or what?
Governors of the Universe. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know it.
Yeah, that's I think it was Clown TV, or maybe it was Aaron. Maybe it was Aaron. But one of them was like the guy who's in charge of it did the Bumblebee movie that a lot of people liked because it was more Gen 1 Transformer-y. So maybe it'll be good.
All right.
It's not Kevin Smith.
No. I hear you. And
Kevin Smith isn't perfect. Kevin Smith had Batman admitting that he shit his pants in Batman Year One when he set off that thing at the crime lord's house. Remember that?
No.
I
really don't pay that much attention to Kevin Smith.
In Year One, he went in. There was that house. He stuck into that house. He broke into the house and set off the bomb. You guys have eaten well. In a later book written by Kevin Smith, Batman was talking to somebody. He goes, I overestimated the power of that bomb, and it took it. And he admitted that he dropped a load on himself when that thing went off because he made it too powerful. So Kevin Smith is not perfect.
So many things about Kevin Smith I wish I didn't know.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. He's way more misses than hits.
Yes.
Yeah. But
his Green Arrow run is legitimately good, and his Green Hornet is legitimately good.
It's some of it. But you know what? Something he did that was really, speaking of Green Hornet, Batman 66 meets Green Hornet. That was just a straight homage to that era. No Kevin Smith isms in there whatsoever. And that series is well worth it.
Nice.
Now, I saw something on one of the cheapgraphicnovels.com, whatever it is, Wonder Woman and the Bionic Woman crossover. Anybody read that?
No.
That's Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. That would be. I've been tempted to pull the trigger on that.
I've heard it's decent. Again, we'll be right back. I'll throw some hot dogs on the grill.
Shrimp on the barbie.
Hot dogs sound amazing.
For those who are fans of the X-Men 97, and if you watch the previous episode, Spider-Man had a nice cameo in there.
Spidey did?
Yeah, Spidey did. So did Doctor Doom and Baron Zemo, but no one talks about them. It's all Spider-Man.
I'm a couple issues behind.
The reason people are talking about Spider-Man because Spider-Man and X-Men were the two big Marvel animated properties in the 90s.
I'm being facetious.
Well, hello, Mr. Facetious.
McFeacious. Yeah,
No.
there you go.
So my point, the reason I'm bringing this up, because I was wondering if there was going to be love for this. You know, because people are loving the current X-Men 97 cartoon adaptation. Christopher Daniel Barnes, the guy who voiced Peter Parker in the original 90s actual cartoon, said he's open to actually doing a revival of that show.
Now, do you think that the people reacting so well to season 1 of this will bring what's his name back?
What's his name?
The former showrunner.
No. I saw. Well, dude, I don't know, man. Disney brought back James Gunn when they couldn't find anybody for Guardians.
Yeah.
I don't, and this isn't as high profile as that was. So
And we still don't know what it was. We still don't know what it was that he did.
That's true. That's true too.
It was. I mean, there's rumors. It was, child stuff. But that's rumors, and there's other really concrete stuff. But I mean, it could be because it's OnlyFans. Maybe he's into BDSM. So was George Perez, but he could get canceled though.
So did Wonder Woman's creator. No.
Yeah. I don't know. It's honestly right now. We'll see how it goes in season 2. Because if I don't know how much was done before they got rid of them. If they had done, if they're now they're doing season 2, this could be where the show goes a total left turn. And anyway, but I'm enjoying it. X-Men 97. We've been reading on the channel here too. I said I'm hopeful that we'll get some more animated Marvel stuff, revival and stuff, and maybe it'll be the same caliber or even better. But right now, it's nice to have an outlet I can go look at or watch something that does X-Men without having to read current X-Men and future X-Men books right now. The animated universe, I've always said, even in comic book form, it's always been better than the past 10 years or 15 years of Marvel.
The guy I work for was raving about that today.
It's really good.
It's fun. I mean, I enjoy it. The characters are written character. I mean, I like them.
That Nightcrawler scene, though, man. Let me tell you, I don't think Gambit's gone for good, but Nightcrawler is definitely picking up his slack as the cool one.
I honestly, Zach, I wish I had your optimism, but I think he got Wally West.
I don't think so. I don't think no X-Men stays dead. Not one.
Unless they bring a Coco in, I don't see how they bring him back.
Apocalypse can bring them back. Mr. Sinister can bring them back. There's buku options.
Do you think they'll bring back but you see, Apocalypse was the big bad villain towards the end of the first series. I don't think they'll bring him back.
Okay, Bastion was a villain in the original series. They brought him back. So was Bolivar Trask. I don't know, man.
I don't think they will.
No.
Who knows? Anyway, Theo James, though, for those who don't know who he is, Theo James was in Divergent and all those movies. He was opposite of the girl was supposed to be Mary Jane in the Andrew Garfield movies, but they cut her scenes anyway. But he does well as voicing for Sebastian. But dude, it's pretty cool. I've been liking it. Nightcrawler.
It is the coolest that Cyclops has been in a very long time.
Hey!
I refuse. This is not a comic book reading.
I don't.
I will say his Christian name.
Rhaegar.
You're dead to me, Zick.
Nightcrawler crawled so the Daywalker could walk. Without Nightcrawler, there would be no Blade. No, but oh man, I'm just trying to think of what Invincible. It seems to be on break right now. Season 2.
I haven't even watched Invincible.
That show got better, and guess what? For those who don't like his girlfriend, she's gone.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
I know. That was one of the things people didn't like because they didn't like whatever Amanda or whatever her name was, So and they've really been other than that character, they've been really faithful to the actual books. So
have they brought in the that woman yet?
Yes.
They aren't going to show that.
I keep seeing pictures on Twitter.
So they did bring her in, but they didn't do it. She did not.
She didn't do the thing yet.
No, she didn't. She didn't. They fought
already.
That's it. Yeah, they already fought. You know what's been surprising?
I thought that wasn't until much later after her first tournament.
They're speeding stuff up. They're changing.
They're speeding it up. Yeah. So
okay.
Seth Rogen has actually been decent in the actual show.
Yeah.
We're not getting you. Oh, I'm a pothead.
Well, no, he's an alien.
I understand that,
Is he
but
doing his weird laugh?
Yeah.
Has he
Wow.
done that yet?
Well, yes, he's done his weird laugh. He's an alien.
But the getting rid of the girlfriend, that was actually
In the book too.
in the book.
Yeah,
You know,
that was in the book. Yeah.
He wanted to have her as a girlfriend because he didn't want to have superheroes dating each other at the beginning, and he wanted it to be more casual. That he was eventually. I think he said he was eventually going to wind up with her, but he didn't want it to start right off.
So Rhaegar in the book, it's a reverse rape, pretty much. She goes after him, and she wants to procreate with him.
Yes,
Because he's
I don't like the term reverse. I mean, rape
It's-
is rape. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
I-
one person doing something to another against their
the
consent.
reason I say it because if you say, "Well, a woman did this to a guy," they'll never believe you.
That's true. That's true.
That's also, and he was. I like the way he wrote it though, because he's like, he held it in for so long because he was like what a lot of guys would be, kind of ashamed to say, that he or anyone would do really, say, especially a guy though would sit there and say, hey, so you took advantage of me against my will,
So
how many guys have that happened to? And
well, this isn't the kind of subject to talk about that, sir.
No.
Sure. Keep your
No.
fantasies to yourself.
yes.
Yes. It's not rape. Whoopi Goldberg. Honestly, I was wondering how they were going to handle that situation, and they kind of did it well. They kind of took it quietly and took it out. Honestly, though, I would have left it in. We had the boys.
Yeah.
Just leave it in.
The boy was.
But I guess because they're afraid because kids are watching this, and your kids
Yeah.
should not be watching Invincible. It's not aimed for 10 or 12-year-olds.
No.
Speaking of the boys, have you watched the spin-off series?
No. Why would I?
That was good. That was really good. There was a tad bit of PC stuff in there with a character who had two. There was same characters, a man and a woman, depending on what powers they're using.
Oh.
But overall, it was still a pretty good.
But alrighty. It seems like Mr. Breen's bored.
I'm just listening.
He's
And
just-
the playoff game's down to the last 11 seconds,
Oh.
1-point game.
Did you eat supper yet?
No, it's I'm making it as speak. See, I
Okay.
took a nap and overslept, and then I went right on to Gratu's stream, so I didn't have time.
Oh,
There's two other things that I didn't show. This was the.
hold on, Mr. I want to show off things now.
This was the. This was the. Poster for 2024, done by a local artist who signed it for me. He signed every one of them, and VIP got a nice little tote bag, which was kind of nice. But that's it.
That's
All
nice.
right. My eyes.
My eyes.
Yes, they do. What's this? Hold on. Let me see what the spin-off was called.
Hold on, I whip this out. It's called V.
Excuse me
V.
while I whip this out.
Wasn't it like V something? Like
Yeah, V.
V Academy or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Vox
Yeah, that's
Academy.
excuse me while I whip this out was probably one of the funniest lines in that movie.
The whole
Yeah,
movie
where the
is
white
still
woman-
hilarious.
It's in my top 5. It's in my top 3.
I used
That
to
and
like.
Airplane are the top 2.
I
best two
used to
comedies.
like Airplane and Caddyshack better, but no, Blazing Saddle is still the funniest.
Depending on the day, Blazing Saddles is better than Airplane. Sometimes Airplane is better than Blazing Saddles. Those are my top 2.
Everyone watch Don't Tell Me the Babysitter's Dead. Are we just putting out random movies here? Like,
Yes,
hey,
that was a good movie too.
did anybody ever notice that the sky's blue?
They all pale in comparison to
Be the final chapter. That sounds like a Jason movie.
Anybody catch the reference on this one? What I'm talking about on here?
No.
It's Adventures in Babysitting.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, Adventures in Babysitting. Yeah, that was a
Yes.
neat one. Vincent D'Onofrio played Thor.
Yes.
well,
That-
He had hair.
That was his first movie. He did that
It was.
before. He did it either right before or right after.
Actually.
Before the Stanley Kubrick. So there was a huge discrepancy between his weights in that one.
I hate to break it to you guys, that actually wasn't him at all. That was actually Eagle Teen.
Gasp.
It's
Shocked.
that was his own movie ever. It's the only movie he ever made, and they didn't make it into Stardom.
Oh, hey, V, the final chapter.
And he only got the job because of Roy Thomas.
Tell you what, V, I loved. That was the first time.
Roy Thomas, man.
The V was the first time I ever saw Michael Ironside, and I loved his character in that movie, in that series.
Oh. So yeah, I mean, there's a movie that came out too. Just dropped, I believe tonight. Wasn't there a new movie that came out? A new superhero movie? Not superhero movie, but what is it? I gotta look it up. It's in Fall Guy. That's what it is.
Yeah. My
That
sister wants to go see it.
That looks incredibly stupid.
Honestly, I never watched the
like
original
it.
show, so I mean, said for those who read the books and go watch a movie, understand your argument. You're like, oh, it's something like the book. For normies like me, when it comes to certain things, I'm a normie. I admit it. I have a problem, but mainly because I'm just lazy. But I think the Fall Guy. When I first saw the trailer, I was like, okay, we're gonna have The Prisoner. We're gonna have the other old TV movies, TV shows. Honestly, it's Ryan Gosling. He's so hot right now, bro. He's just like on fire, bro. He after that Barbie movie, it just launched his career. I wanted
a career before Barbie.
Yeah, the Notebook, man.
I mean, the only thing he had going from before that, he was Young Hercules.
He was in that movie, not Baby Driver, but it was another movie about like a driver kind of guy.
The Driver. I think it was
The Driver. Okay,
yeah.
So Free Guy is Ryan Reynolds. What's a good movie?
Free Guy was Ryan Reynolds. This is Fall Guy.
Fall Guy he's a stunt man that ends up being trying to help his friend who's being blackmailed by these dangerous crooks.
Isn't it a takeoff of the TV series?
It's loosely adapted, as far as I'm aware, but it's literally Driver. Yeah, so basically he uses his talents as a stuntman to basically save the day, and he gets it on with John Krasinski's wife.
Blunt.
Yes,
not
lucky
that
man.
good looking.
Lucky son of a gun.
What? You actually know who's still good looking? Is Eva Mendes.
Yes.
Yes.
You know who else is still really good looking? Selma Hayek.
I mean, that's not
Elizabeth-
even. Okay,
Elizabeth
yeah, we're
Hurley.
going back to saying the sky is blue.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Well,
Thank you very much.
yeah, Zach. Michelle Pfeiffer is hot.
No, God.
Yeah, did any of the people from the TV show have cameos in the movie?
I think Lee Majors, if he's alive, might have a small.
He is.
I think he might have a small.
Because you had Douglas Barr and what's her name, Heather Thomas.
I got
They're the ones people remember.
I have to look at my IMDb see if they even listed. Usually they list the cast members, full cast.
Sort of just like with the David Soul and
And
what's
Starsky
his
and
name
Hutch.
did Starsky and Hutch. I love that car. That's the only reason. Well, it's not the only reason I watched it. But
I mean, Carmen Electra. Why would you not watch
Dukes
it?
and Hazard was for the General Lee.
hey, there's 3 reasons you watched that show: the car, and if you're a guy, you wanted to be Bo and Luke, and then of course there was Daisy.
But if you were Bo and Luke, you couldn't be with Daisy because Daisy was.
Hey, dude, it's in the South.
That wouldn't stop me.
That is a gross stereotype that does not have that much bearing on reality.
Okay, sure, Zach.
Okay, were Coy and Vance related to her?
They were cousins as well.
Yeah, guess.
But I talked to John Snyder. He came up here a few years ago for con, and I said that there's 3 reasons to watch it. And he says, "How old were you when that show came on?" And I said, "What year did it first come out?" And he said, "69."
So,
79. 79. I said I was 10 because you weren't into girls at 10. I said I was when I saw her.
so it looks like the according to IMDb cast, Lee Majors is in there. He's titled The Fall Guy. What was the other 2 I'm looking for?
Douglas Barr and Heather Thomas.
Heather Thomas is in there. It's Jodie Banks. Yep, she's in there. Is Douglas Barr alive still?
I don't know, but he was younger, so I mean, he was the younger guy. So
Yeah, he was about her age, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he's not listed in here, unfortunately. But I got Heather Thomas and then I got Lee Majors. back in there.
Because as attractive as Heather or as Emily Blunt is, she ain't no Heather Thomas.
Damn right.
Is it the one that's?
Because Heather Thomas did like 90% of her scenes in bikini tops.
Who
So,
was the one we were talking about the other day? She's like 90 or in her 80s, but she's still freaking hot. She's from Heart to Heart, I think.
Stephanie Powers?
Is it the one we're talking about? The blonde that was in the big 80s. So she was in.
Well, Stephanie Powers wasn't blonde. But...
Well, it wasn't 70 Powers, but we were talking about the other day, and we looked it up, and she's like 81 years old, but she looks like she's like in her 60s.
I don't know, but I could tell you what, who was really good at 80s was Raquel Welch.
Still listening.
She was
He's gonna Google
up there, and she was damn good looking. So was Lena Horne. Lena Horne was.
Oh, Teresa Palmer's in here too. Nice. Aaron Taylor Johnson, kick ass. That's all ever be is kick ass.
He was Quicksilver in Age of Ultron.
Yeah, he got come with him.
He's also the new Craven.
That's
What
so
do we
craven.
do? We want to go see that? I've heard mixed people saying that it might be good. It might
Mixed
not
people. I mean,
Mixed people.
I've heard some people saying that it looks good, some that it doesn't. I haven't seen the preview, but
for which movie this?
Craven.
The Craven movie.
If anybody is saying, anybody who's saying it's good, are going to be people who are actually like
Paid
bots.
some-
People honestly, I have not seen anybody in person or in a comic book store said that. Oh my gosh, that looks great! I want to go.
Nobody I know has talked about it.
Doesn't he have powers in this?
Yeah, he gets bitten by a lion and he gives him powers.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
He's the power of PETA.
Yeah. For some reason, Sony can knock it out of the park with the Spider-Verse movies, but when it comes
Venom.
to live actions, and Venom was good. I like Venom.
The
But
reason
when it comes to like Morbius and like they just the what
So
was
here's
it?
the-
The Madam
here's-
Web, like
here's the
totally
difference.
dropped
Spider-Man was animated, aimed towards kids.
the ball. Okay.
This is aimed towards adults for some reason or something like that.
Venom was too, but Venom was good.
Venom was okay.
I liked Venom.
Venom 2,
I liked Venom too.
Morbius was a repeat of Venom 1. Good guy gets symbiote, has to fight evil guy with symbiote at the end.
Who
Morbius,
happened to be Doctor Who.
good guy becomes a vampire. Bad guy at the end becomes a vampire, fights him at the end.
Yeah, it's just that
It was.
I didn't see Morbius in the theater, and I made the mistake of buying the freaking DVD of the Blu-ray and watching it, and I regret spending that money. And I've spent my money on some stupid stuff before, but that was probably one of the dumbest.
There.
Wow, and you're not that level where you think Michelle Pfeiffer was never hot.
Hey, she was hot. Still is, by the way. She's hot enough to be mentioned in a song. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dangerous Minds. Whew. That's the reason I watched him with was Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah. Michelle Pfeiffer in a tight leather
Wasn't
vacuum
she also
pack.
in what was the one? Well,
Tequila
Rebecca Howard?
Sunrise?
No, a Hawk movie, Lady Hawk. Wasn't she in that? Was that her? Am I confusing?
Yeah, I think so, yes. I think she was.
Yeah. She turns into a hawk during the day, and at night he turns into a wolf.
Yes.
The first Venom was fun. Second film made me want to punch a wall. Well, sir, we don't believe in walls on this channel. We're open borders all the way.
No. Yeah, we
Vote
believe in
for
walls.
Perry White.
We vote for walls.
Vote for walls. I don't vote for the Waller.
Amanda Wawa.
She's the wall.
I'd love to see someone doing that. Amanda Wawa.
Right?
Barbara's cousin.
You know who I would have rather had is Cletus Cassie, Carrot Top.
I think Woody Harrelson did really good, actually. I liked Woody Harrelson as the creepy killer guy.
The jacked Carrot Top looks creepy. I mean, yeah.
Carrot
He
Top.
looked really creepy when he was
You
jacked.
know who actually would have been better is that kid who played Joker in Gotham, or the Joker type guy in Gotham.
Yeah, I mean,
He would have been good.
Woody Harrelson. I thought he did a good job.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's creepy. Natural Born Killers seemed kind
Oh
of.
yeah, that was a good movie though, man.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that was just Rodney Dangerfield playing a creep.
Get
I'm
Kathy
like-
Gifford as Cletus Cassidy. Gender swap it. Make it creepy.
That would be. Yeah.
She's holding up a head of a body of somebody in the movie.
That was actually Kathy.
Kathy Lee.
Kathy.
No, it wasn't Kathy Lee Gifford.
No, that was Kathy. The redhead, the ginger.
Yeah,
Griffin.
Griffin. Sorry,
yeah.
Griffin. Yeah.
Who's now complaining that she says it destroyed my career. Well, whose fault is that, you idiot?
Actually, what's destroyed her career was denying that she's actually Andy Dick.
Her lack of jokes is what destroyed her.
Yeah,
she's Andy Dick with no dick. That's what she
I've
is.
heard Andy Dick is a dick. I mean, I've heard he's a horrible person.
No, if you put Andy Dick
He was pretty funny in Inspector Gadget.
Kathy Griffin and Andy Dick next to each other, it looks like they're brother and sister, or one transitions into the other. It is weird.
He's responsible for Hartman's death because he wound up giving the drugs to.
Frankie.
He wound up giving
That's the Jon Stewart one, right?
What?
I was talking to Frankie in the chat.
Oh.
We're addressing the chat because they're still here. We support them. I mean, I don't know why they would be, but thank you for 14 people watching us. 13 because I'm watching too. So it's
12 because I've got my phone on.
Dang it, we're dropping like flies here.
I just started watching Imperial Goddess over on Twitch, so that's where I'm at.
Of course you would, you simp. I'll be doing that later.
Simp.
You heard it said I'll be doing
I'm
that later.
supporting a friend.
Hey, you're a simp because you don't like Michelle Pfeiffer in a black cat suit, vacuum
You're
cat.
right. Rachel Wise from The Mummy beats.
We ask you to support a friend. Go to the Ko-Fi link right there, drop $1 in the till, or do a super chat if you want to. We'll
support an Ann friend.
Yes, an Ann friend. Honestly, though, we do appreciate having everybody here. We have been going a little bit longer, mainly so Breen can just go eat food when we wait for him to come back.
I want to go eat food.
Honestly, I wish Breen would just take his phone in there or just record, or just he's just cooking food. I want to see Old Man versus Microwave. Ask if he likes Halle Berry as Catwoman.
Yes.
Honestly,
infinitely more than
so here's my thing. The movie sucked.
Not as much as Anne Hathaway.
Because it wasn't. But I mean, if it had been an actual Catwoman story, and with Halle Berry, it would be a tremendous movie. But the movie sucked. But Halle Berry was hot in that.
Keep it on mute.
Keep it on mute. I mean, like you.
Sort of like what they do with our this whole show here.
No, he's a simp because he's from the South. What? He's South and
won't make any sense.
What?
He's
Jackson. If you knew my cousins, you would know why I don't show them any love.
It's like, damn it, I was hoping he'd say no. He doesn't like Halle Berry.
Of course, I love Halle Berry. Whew, man, let me tell you, one of the big flaws of the Fox X-Men movies. They spent too much time on Wolverine and not enough time on Storm.
Honestly, they should have done Wolverine movies first, like they did the MCU. Wolverine first, we see that, and then we see the introduction to the X-Men.
Yeah, but if they had done the actual Wolverine movie first, the rest of the franchise wouldn't have gotten off the ground.
And now people like the X-Men 97 doesn't have enough Wolverine. It's called X-Men. It's not called Wolverine in the X-Men. It's people are used to Wolverine being the star. Wolverine wasn't even in the first lineup. He wasn't even in the third lineup. They had to do like.
Well, I mean, nobody wanted to see Angel or Beast with no fur.
Hey, and Frankie Gonzalez has got a point.
Tina Turner was hot.
Yeah, and so was what is her name? She was,
you say Thunderdome was a bad movie. You had Tina Turner hot.
You had Tina Turner. I didn't say that she's not hot.
Hey, Halle Berry is hot and was in Catwoman. Just because someone's hot doesn't mean the movies that they're in are great.
Now, hey, who was that? Breen, who was that black singer who was not Eartha Kitt, but
Lena Horne?
Yes, who got better with age. She was 80 years old and she was still smoking hot.
Eartha Kitt was hot when she was on Miami Vice.
She was hot when she was on Batman 66.
Yeah.
I was like,
Lena Horne was just one of those, no matter how old she was, she was.
Do you know who her best friend was until he wrecked his car and killed himself.
Lena
Paul
Horne?
Walker.
No.
No,
I know.
no.
The Rebel No Cause
James
guy.
Dean.
James
Oh, James Dean. Ah.
Yeah. Immediately you said that wrecked his car. I'm like, it's not Paul Walker. It's the other guy.
No, that would have been too that would have been too
May,
late. I don't think
December.
she was dead by that.
It's still fresh in my mind. Miss
Yes,
Paul
Zach,
Walker.
with great Governor Full writing. Like you want to know what happens to a toad in a storm? The same thing happens to everything else.
I didn't say that the movies. I said the movies weren't great.
He was great.
Here's the. Did you guys remember a horrible? Well, it started off strong, but then it just became horrible. Don Cheadle show where I think he played an agent. It was on Showtime. It was about 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe. Wait. There was this.
Was it a movie?
No, it's a TV show.
TV show.
And there was a girl on there, the first episode, where she goes into the bathroom and goes down on another girl, but that's not the point.
What
One
show
of
is
the
this?
two. One of the two looks
Don
like
Cheadle, IMDb now.
like Halle Berry's daughter.
Hmm.
So if Halle's too old to be Storm, just get this actress. Because
Hey,
she's
tell
been
you-
all my children for a minute too.
Speaking of daughters
Don
who are hot,
Cheadle.
I'll know the name if you say it.
I don't know.
Zoe
yeah,
Kravitz is. I think she's hot.
I'm not sure if you say it.
I mean, I'm not the actress, but because I think she was only in the first episode. But
Is
I'll
this
know the
Agent
name of the
Elvis?
show.
Oh no, it wasn't Agent Elvis. He was Commander Voice. There was a series called. What was this? How long ago was this?
Probably, it might have been closer to 10 years ago.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was. Yeah, it might have been.
I
He
remember
might have
he's-
been doing the show when he got the job as roadie.
I remember he did.
And what's her name? Veronica Mart. Kristen Bell was the other.
Yeah,
person on the show.
she's hot too.
Kristen Bell is pretty attractive.
Yeah.
She has one of my favorite lines. Who you want to see some sweater yams from Fanboys? It's a great line.
I remember Fanboys.
Got the DVD, Blu-ray.
It wasn't worth it. I don't think it's worth a Blu-ray. But
I didn't see it. I didn't get a seat. They didn't play it in the theaters up here, so I had to buy it. And
I see. Okay. Well,
so it's House of Lies,
Yes. That's
and
the
you're
one.
talking about the blonde.
No. She was a black girl.
All right, because the blonde, she's been in some stuff too. Yeah, Kristen Bell, Ben Schwartz was in there too. I remember that show.
Ben Schwartz.
Um,
Yeah, I won't even know the name if you say it because like I said I don't remember it, but and I don't think she was because I think she was the Ben Schwartz's character. I think she was dating him at the beginning of the show because I think his character could never keep a woman because after she came out of the ladies' room and was making fun of the guy she was with, telling him that the woman made her squirt. So that was lights out for the guy.
So there was back then. There was Alice Hunter, and then Nia Long, but the characters were Tamara and Chantel.
Nia Long, that name sounds familiar.
Hmm.
I think it might be Nia Long. Yeah.
Nia Long's older than Halle Berry.
Okay.
Donna Livery is pretty cool. He's hot. House of Lies.
Grandma's Boy. Never saw it.
You ever seen Grandma's Boy?
No.
Wow. It's one of the few Sandler movies that wasn't really Sandler at all. It was the guy from Singer, the guy who was dressing up as Michael Jackson. Let's see here. Full cast and crew. Going
No,
on.
Nia Long was not Fresh Prince.
Did she play her name? Was she April in the show?
I don't think she was ever in a second episode. So
Okay. Because there's one who has 5 episodes, like Megalyn. Yeah.
No, I said Nia Long is like she's 54 years old, and she was married to somebody.
Nikki Whelan is the girl I'm thinking of. That was the blonde he was banging in the show. 2 episodes.
I wonder if she's in a relationship to Scott. The singer?
Whelan, not the D. There's no D at the end.
Oh.
In case you got no
Then,
D.
so then, no, there's not any relationship because they aren't.
No.
You know.
Kat Deely?
No, she's no. It's
We'll get down. We'll figure this out. Kirby?
wow. Rhea Seehorn was in 2 episodes.
Yep.
Who?
Kimberly Wexler from Saul.
Didn't see Saw either.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
my parents
okay.
are already in season 2 of Better Call Saul. They're flying through.
There's
that
a girl.
fast, and they're
There's a
working
girl
great.
named. There's a girl just called Kirby.
Kirby.
She's on The Good Place. She was on Barry, Killing Eve.
Okay, I was wrong. I just thought you meant that someone who. I thought you meant on a
But
regular.
the one I'm talking about is Megalyn Etcha Kunwook, or I don't know, Etchi Kunwook. Or she's pretty. She looks good. She was at night school. Got to Kevin Hart. That
Oh, Night School that was a funny show.
the movie.
Funny movie, yeah.
Yeah.
Show movie, yeah. Same thing.
Look up Night School with the Kevin Hart, and then
I saw it.
on the cover. No, I'm talking about Breen.
Oh.
That's the only one I can see that's young enough, or still looks young. She also voiced Catwoman in that Hunted movie.
Which is a good movie.
Actually, no, she voiced Barbara Minerva. Sorry. But alrighty. What's going on in the chat? Sea of Rhaegars.
Yep.
Yeah. You know who I actually see like to do some more movies is Colin Farrell.
He's got the Penguin show coming out.
Yeah, he did. He
It's
was he was really unrecognizable in that movie. He did a great job, by the way.
I mean, they could have got the mayor from Gotham, the big penguin, the guy from Spin City.
Oh, he's old though.
I know, but I mean, like he always looked like the
You
penguin.
mean either not Alan Ruck, but the other guy, right?
No, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about from on Gotham. You ever watch Gotham TV show?
I think I saw the first season.
He's the mayor. Yes. Morani says, I am here listening to you guys. What do you mean by you guys?
You
No, but
that movie would not get made today.
no.
The Goonies?
Here, I'll put it in the private chat so you can actually look at it. That'd be easier.
No, Tropic Thunder.
Check the private chat. I
Tropic
sent a link
Thunder's
to the girl
amazing.
talking about
I love
Breen.
Tropic Thunder.
And it's so funny. A bunch of people tried to cancel RDJ over it, but all these actors were like, "Yeah, no, you aren't gonna get to do that." Like Jamie Foxx and everyone were like, "No, he's cool. You don't get to do that to him."
Why
Yeah.
do they get to do that to anybody?
You know why it is. Politics, man.
Finally leaving.
Oh, if he's leaving, then I'm leaving because I'm only here because he's here.
Was it? Finally,
Movie. The Jackson has left.
has gone back
God,
to wherever
gone
he goes.
home.
Oh,
So, what do you think I should read first? The Vault of Hero, or should I go do the old '60s stuff?
For what?
Well, if you read Vault of Horror, the rest of it will probably pale in comparison.
Yeah,
even the
so-
good stuff. So maybe read the other stuff first.
Yeah,
if
go, I'm thinking about like this one because it's
if the horrors are
these three
involved,
first.
it's probably there for a reason.
first three first, and then I'll do the Vault of Horror last.
So, like, how much were those Charlton horrors?
This one was 5. This one was 5.
Okay.
And the Grimm's Ghost Stories was 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
And he wanted 3 for this as well.
All right,
So-
those are. Yeah, the fives. I'd probably. Wow.
Yeah.
This guy's coming in on a fly ball, and he loses it in the sun, falls down, and the ball lands in front of him. That's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'd put like 3 or 4 on this Charlton's, but that's not five's not outrageous.
Yeah. That Vault of Horror at 3, I'm like, yeah, I didn't even have to open it up to know that wasn't a volume 1. I was just like, I'd have to mortgage my non-house to get a first printing of any of the Vault of Horrors.
Yeah, ECs are just ungodly expensive.
Especially if you get one of the famous covers, like the one with the holding the head up.
I have that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I mean, that's from the hearings. That one right there.
Yeah,
from the
that's.
hearing.
I kept that for some reason, and
You can retire off that damn thing right there.
nah, it's about a 5, but I could get
100 or
thousands
1,000?
for it still. No, it's like a condition's like a 5.0.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and I've got that. That's right. I'll show that next week.
What do you think you could pull for it?
So
Out of 5. Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's and even if it doesn't book as high as I would like, they're very hard to find anybody actually willing to part with one.
Right.
But do you know the Chamber of Chills cover that the Misfits used for an album cover with the girl looking through the highball? I have that also.
Yeah. Oh.
And I kept those because I don't know why. Because I figure I was selling all my Marvels and DCs. I had all the complete sets, so I just kept these. I almost kept World's Finest number 3 too. I really wish I had.
Wow. Now I've just seen the dumbest article I've ever seen. And guess where I saw it on? Well,
CBR.
First I'll read the title of this article. And it's written by Rachel Leishman.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's going to be a gem.
Mary Sue.
Yeah. Yes. How O.J. Simpson was kind of responsible for Gargoyles being canceled.
Oh, that's not even woke.
Yeah, I'm more interested in seeing the Yo books that Jeff's about to show.
Now here is a Haunted Horror 2. This one right here. Cover on that.
Whoa, look at that messed up face.
Yeah.
It's me during high school.
And the guys, God, look at the guy.
I my high school, you face.
Yeah.
I mean, that's acne, bro.
And then
I know, that's why I said that was me during high school.
You're talking about this one, right?
Yes.
That's cool. That's cool.
Now, Jeff, were you buying Haunted Horror when it was a monthly comic?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think these are pretty much the ones that got me into it right here. Then I love this one. This one is.
Yeah.
If you open it up, you've got
Do you? That's Don Heck for
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Kids that know him from superhero stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd been around for a long time before that, even.
And then there's this. I love these. These are some of my prize collections right here.
Oh yeah, those are. I have 7 of those. I don't have the one you showed last though.
I've been looking for more of them, but I can't tell. I didn't think there was any more of them.
Is there somewhere on one of the ones you have? Isn't there like a checklist of other ones available?
Maybe.
Or if not, just look at the publisher's Yo.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure you can maybe look it up that way somehow because there are a bunch.
I want them hardback. These are hardbacks, and they're only $30 a piece.
They were 25 when I started buying them.
Yeah, but this is a few years ago. I've had these for a few years, so I'm sure they're probably up to about like 50 now.
Mm-mm.
But
I'm not sure I'm not sure they're still doing them, but I don't think they ever got any more than 30 because they're 150 pages. I mean, which isn't bad for that.
But yeah, that's this one and the Misfits one are probably, and the Head one are probably some of the most famous.
Yeah, they book at about 20 a piece.
Not bad.
No, that's not. I mean, I'm glad I held on to them.
I
And
mean, we're talking
1,000.
20. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I'm
in the shape I have them, obviously,
yeah,
but
yeah. But I want to start looking for. Maybe I can go to in stock and see if they have some more of these. But because these are I love stuff like this. This is, and I have a couple of like I have all 4 of the Zenoscope, you know, books of terror and stuff like that.
yeah, but I as much as I like it, the older the pre-code horror,
Yeah,
you can't beat. I mean, that's
Yeah.
they're just, especially when they're done
Zenoscope
well. I mean,
kind of goes back to almost. It's kind of a almost as good because they didn't have to go by the code and they could do some of that stuff. But this stuff
but
is
the yeah, so the EC collections. I hope you're getting those because those are the
I've got those. I got some Eerie, the hardbacks, the Dark Horse ones. I got like 3 or 4 of the creepy paperback because I couldn't do it. And but I'm always on the lookout for more of those.
Sadly, Creepy and Eerie, they're good.
But they're post code, aren't they?
Yes. Well, they didn't have to adhere to the code though, because that's why the magazines allowed you to get around that.
Okay.
but
their art more than makes up for it because it's a different type of art than this stuff. It's the black and white. It's just so moody and stuff like that. It's such great art.
EC though was once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've got all those hardcovers of Creepy and Eerie, and they kind of pale in comparison to EC.
Yeah.
Now I feel like Zach when you guys talk about wrestling.
What? We're talking about comics.
Yeah, and this is some good stuff. This is the legendary stuff that people would, if it wasn't for this,
Son, you've made me proud all night. Don't blow it now.
If it wasn't for this stuff, we wouldn't have some of the stuff we have now.
Yeah,
and because a lot of the same people worked on it. I mean, if you look at, like I've got some of this creepy stuff is written by Archie Goodwin, written by Archie Goodwin, written by Archie Goodwin, written by Archie Goodwin, from some of those old creepy books.
There's a sort of comic book channel popped up on my feed yesterday. I think his name's Martin Vaughn or something. He did a top 10 EC stories video yesterday that was kind of cool.
Is he kind of an older dude?
Yeah, and he wears a tie.
Yeah, I think I might know who you're talking about.
And he doesn't have comics behind him. But I saw a community post. Is that the real short ones you put on that like
the shorts?
Yeah.
Shorts, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Showed his Epic collection. He has hundreds of them. It's amazing. It looks like John Delarose has every Epic collection, and seeing them on shelves is like, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I have 50 of them, and mine looks cool to me, but these guys could fill up bookcases.
There's one guy who I think he had some sort of connection to the Gaines family or to EC, because he had these like things from the slip cases with like 5 or 6 of the Tales from the Crypt hardback books in one thing, and there's like 4 or 5 of those together, and he just had the stuff, and I was just like, oh.
Hey, Breen, I was out getting cards, for my niece's birthday cards, and I came across one for my mom. My mom's turning 70 next year, and I with my own personality, you know what kind of card I get. My mom does not escape this fate.
It's Perry the Platypus. Oh, it's a bird.
Yeah.
That's our family we always go for the pun stuff, because my mom's uncle was he was a master pun guy. Yeah, and so that's just, and he'd always send these really
opener pun.
Yeah, he's just these awful pun cards, and it just started sending a tradition. So we always just find these just, the worst pun, you can get, and just sending them to each other and stuff.
Yeah, I found that at Walmart. I was like, oh my goodness, like I'll never see this card again. Like it's a once in a lifetime, and like so I'll wait to January just to give it to her.
You gotta get the right ones, man. If you get the right one, you wait.
I got my niece for her 19th birthday is like it's like 4 to 5 people get money in their cards. You're number 5.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff that we get.
Yeah, I remember. So my mom was really into Easter. She used to have the other grandchildren over, and she'd make a nice brunch and whatnot. And I guess now every day is Ash Wednesday.
Yeah, they people just don't take it just kind of hard to accept the invitation now. It's kind of hard to get them all into one place.
I thought there was a channel for that for Ash Wednesdays.
Yeah,
Do you know that Ash did not think of that himself?
No.
No.
I think it was certain Wednesdays from about like 1940 to 1945. I think Ash Wednesdays is that when it sort of came up.
Well, actually, it was a religious thing.
Ash on Comics, he would do videos on New Comic Book Day, and he never came up with Ash. I go, Ash, why don't you call it Ash Wednesday? And he goes, holy shit. He goes, how did I never put that together? It's like so obvious.
I've always seen these memes where it shows what's Bruce Campbell as Ash with the gun, saying picture from the Evil Dead, or what is the second one where he goes back in time, and it's they always say it's Ash Wednesday. Yeah,
Third is,
yeah, it's Ash Wednesday. But.
Yeah. I was reading a little bit of a big sort of comic on the internet here. Reading online. Tisk.
Was it a High Seas comic? Maybe.
Well, yeah, doing the pirate thing and sailing the high seas. Or are you on Comixology? Or panel by panel dynamic?
I've never done Comixology, but I've heard that's gone downhill.
But actually, what book were you reading? I'm interested. Was it a new book, an older book? A big sort of comic, like a big Dell, or a little big book.
A big little book
could be one of those. I want to know what Marania's reading these days. Marania's always on here, but we never hear what she's reading.
Gary Duggan, Iron Man.
Well, guys, yeah, you're right. You guys mentioned that, and I do dabble into that once in a while. He has been, for how much damage has been done to Iron Man, you're never going to be able to repair it. But he's been slowly putting band-aids on things. Gary Duggan has. As much as he's ruined the X-Men, he's kind of.
He can't be much worse. Well, he didn't do great with his Guardians of the Galaxy run either.
Oh, but, is it the PS art books?
Oh, okay. That's They
just released the magazine, the one with Connie Rod, the how-to mechanic, how to fix things. That was released on the High Seas. A collection of that of PSR books. We see that Warren Ellis, I guess, who had written draw for the army people, how to check the guides to do. You remember who Connie Rod was? She was the hot blonde. That was always in those books.
Oh, that narrows it down.
Hopper Mechanics, I think it was, or one of those things. Yeah. That flew its way onto the High Seas. I saw that the other day.
Hey, I've actually met Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Did he hit you with a 2x4?
No, but he had 2x4s there that he was selling. I didn't get one.
Well, his IQ would probably do 4x2s. Hacksaw Jim Duggan with Iron Man. No. Every once in a while, I dip into other books, but for the most part, it's just Iron Man. I mean, with the way it is out there, if you can just find one title to cling on to, for the most part, and just not worry about it. For me, that was Jeremy Adams on Flash, but I knew that Tom Taylor was taking over in July. And then
He's not taking over in July.
Why?
No. Actually, no. After he left the book, I was looking for a book to actually read, and I actually was enjoying the DC Batman Adventures. Continue.
Speaking of
those are fun.
Speaking of Toms, I was talking to the guy who that I bought some of the like the Hulk from and all that. He's selling comics there, but he's also one of the guys that the public face for the con. And I was talking about the latest Wonder Woman issue, or run, which I haven't read, but I've heard bad things. He says, I like who is it that does that? Tom, not Taylor, but he did the Batman.
Tom King.
Yeah, he says I like Tom King. I'm like, okay, okay.
I know a lot of his. And the reason why he's gotten as far as he is he hates the right people.
Yeah.
I said the best career move he ever made was attacking Jay Lee on Twitter, because unfortunately that got him in good with DC management, who are all pieces of
I
shit.
thought that was Tom King.
That's what we're talking about, Tom King.
Okay. Sorry.
I am curious to who's watching on. Is it Glinzer over on Twitch?
It ain't me.
But speaking of Tom's, I just play, and Richard pointed this out. The Whisper Network causes Ed Piskor to kill himself, and the industry checks to see if Alex DeCampi's okay, because she's suffering, and then nobody gives a shit about Ed Piskor, but a couple kids burn a picture of Tom Taylor, and the industry rallies around him like he's Heather Ontos after the milkshake.
If you've been listening to Richard, your boy Zach's, he's been covering
me.
that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
No, I know. In case anyone in the chat,
Oh,
like Zach, that guy.
Well,
I said I
want to explain it because you mentioned Richard before, and not only
steals my name.
okay, I forgot, but I said I've called him Richard from day one. I just assume
I know.
But thank you for.
He's the only just like Breen actually calls me, but my first name is one of the only person that does it. So,
yes, Rhaegar, I can hear Glinzer talk on Twitch. It is beautiful. It is sing-song voice. No, he follows on Twitch because he never gets YouTube alerts. But he always gets the Twitch alerts.
But God, he went nuts a couple days ago.
Who, Taylor?
No, Richard. He an F-bomb laden. Not as good as Clay Travis's Outkick the Show yesterday, where he basically cussed out college Palestinian protesters for 20 minutes.
Oh, do you see they're shutting everybody down? They're arresting everybody now.
Yeah, they figured out how much of the government is actually controlled by Jews. And so I'd love to say that it has anything to do with not being anti-Semitic, but it has everything to do with politics, which is unfortunate. I mean, I'm glad it's cross purposes benefit, because nobody should have to go through this persecution. But I mean, just like I highly recommend go back to Outkick the Show yesterday and listen to Clay Travis for a few minutes. It's riveting entertainment.
You know what really kind of gets me? If I was to sit there and say the same thing those guys were saying, but replace the word with Zionist or Jew with black, trans, something that the same people that are saying about the Jews would be screaming from my head if I was to switch that one word.
Well, somebody said the other day when they wouldn't let that kid go to his class at UCLA.
Yeah.
They said if that were a black kid, he goes, the NBA season would have been canceled. It was. I wish I could remember the rest of it. It was hysterical, but it was also true.
Yeah.
We just lost 2 viewers. I'll say
we're also 3.5 hours in.
I know. I'll just say this on the whole, as far as they're back now. I'll just say this. I don't care what your politics are, but you're calling for the death of somebody.
Yeah.
You should be arrested because that is terrorism.
Yeah, and they're saying We Are Hamas, which has been designated a terrorist group, and they are openly advocating for genocide of a whole race of people.
Yeah, you're not the good guys.
Yeah.
No.
We've reached the political soapbox part of the stream.
Clay Travis, as you talked about, but was you talking about that? It's a radio announcer, commentator, political commentator, but we're also talking about Richard C. Miter. Your boy Zach was to talk about the Alex DeCampi and Ramon Villalobos and how with pretty much how they murdered Ed Piskor. and just it's crazy right now as far as what you find on YouTube these days. I mean, lately it's like I have Richard going hardcore into going after Alex Campy. You have other people talking about being canceled from Comic-Con, the wrong politics.
Who was that black guy that got canceled? He was a YouTuber, comic YouTuber who they disinvited him from San Diego.
Probably. Nerdrotic got his press credentials taken away, but the only one I could think of was Eric July, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
So John Malin had said he was banned because, and it was then that Star Wars girl had said basically she got kicked, was denied because she applied for a press thing, and then they said that they needed to get away because she's associated with Comicsgate. Maybe, sure. There was, as far as I know, being a YouTuber doesn't qualify you for being a press, but I mean, who knows?
Some of them
it's a private.
They could have done it,
but as far as John Malin said, he was basically banned from C2O. But yeah, you see him in there approached by these two supposedly security guards saying, "We were told to look for you and remove you." But then you see him later on; he's filming on the actual ground, which is actually you're not allowed to film at all.
Yeah.
And especially because San Diego, man, they really take things serious as far as that. For how much you pay.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, your politics can't be left enough to get kicked out of any of these places.
Yeah.
So whether John Malin did something he shouldn't have done, which is very possible, leftists get away that the comic book industry caters to, gets away with murder.
True. But I mean, I guess Mindy Wheeler came out and said that he was subletting, which is against the rules. You're not allowed to have 3 companies under one booth. So you can't have like EVS as one separate company and have John Malin for Jawbreakers and then have another one, Shane Davis. Basically, you can't rent a booth table and then invite your friends who are not part of the original ticket. They have to have separate tickets. They have to have separate booths.
Well, they probably couldn't get them because of their politics.
Maybe, I don't know.
I realize Mindy Wheeler's fallen out with them, but so I mean, like I said, I don't care about
it. It's a bunch of drama. C2 drama. I really don't care about it.
Now, if you're San Diego, you can survive not having, Gary Beegler there. But the point is, his counterpart on the left, they'll roll out the red carpet for.
Well, yeah,
and I'm sick of this industry that just is so one-sided. And I said, and it's people that I get it, I realize it's ESG, it's DEI, it's all this bullshit. But sucking up to people that don't spend money just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So, here's this: if you say they ban you from the con, hold your own cons, rent out your own halls, have your own convention, have people come in and do that stuff. There's still ways you can get together with people and meet together, meet great stuff. You can do that. Don't rely on the big corporations or the big places to allow you to come in. They're never going to share the same politics to you. They've obviously been taken over, as you said, saying, it's at this point, might as well just go your own separate way. Not, you can still talk about them and point out how wrong they are.
Well, the problem is though, there's a lot of places. The conservatives want to do their own show. They want to book a venue. Then the leftists come in and put pressure on the venue to not accept the business.
Yep.
So it's not as easy as it sounds. Like I said, if you're a lefty, you can do whatever you want, wherever you want. And because the right won't get in the way because they're capitalists. But if you're on the right, sometimes you can't get the venues, and it's
but I mean, like, as far as looking for the person, like, I'm just going to random Mojo, find someone you actually know that actually has a place, to do stuff. They have places to do flea markets if you go to, and if you actually know somebody who actually has the land, because I've seen that for car shows where people do that because so and so wasn't going to hold it this year, they don't want to do it. So someone who actually had the land said, "Here, you guys can do it."
Right, but that's not based on politics.
No.
People will go out of their way because you're going to let these right wingers have your venue. I said, it'd be a shame if something happened to your venue.
Yep. She's got base con right here. She says a conservative con. So
Yeah, that's good. That's one.
that's yeah.
But I'll bet you if a leftist wants to come in there, I bet they wouldn't be barred.
No.
And that's the thing. I said I'm so sick of this one-sided system because I said, if the comic book industry hadn't lost its mind, guys like Eric July couldn't make $1 million on mediocre
Neurotic
comic.
and crew to do an annual Las Vegas meetup. It's been going for 4 years, apparently.
Yeah.
They do meetups in lots of cities, actually.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's just,
I mean, they're all alternatives. I was just saying. It's just
I know, but
It's not-
it shouldn't be that. That it shouldn't.
I agree.
need
I
to
agree
go
with
to
you.
all-
I agree with
I
you.
know
It
you're
shouldn't be,
correct.
but that's just the way it's been. You know. You know.
But forgive me if I don't, give these lefty fucks any slack anymore because they've destroyed this industry.
I'm just saying.
All of it.
I'm just saying nothing's gonna change. Because that's the way it's been.
That doesn't mean I'm going to roll over and let them scratch my belly.
No, I know, but I'm saying going into a con, Comicsgate obviously ruffled a lot of feathers. If you done it with Comicsgate and think you're going to waltz into a C2E2 and not be barred for your politics,
Mark Wade has pissed off millions. He'd still be welcome at every convention that bars, Ethan, Richard, John. That's Star Wars girl.
Yes, yeah. But my point standing being, if you think that you're not going to get barred from going attacking those people verbally and having a following, the Comicsgate as big as Comicsgate was, you were kidding yourself and setting yourself up for basically just to get, hey, they just kicked me out of cons, so I can make a video, make money off it, a grift. I'm just saying it's common sense, it's because it's the way it's been. And
but I'm not going to change who I am.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying don't call
that
out.
Would hate me either way.
I'm just saying. I'm not.
I love you, Eric, man.
Don't call these people out. You still call them out. But I mean, doing the same thing repeatedly, I think something's going to change. Yeah, it's after a while, like you got to stop stubbing your toe.
Yeah. You're cool, Eric. I'd let you.
That's
you're not my dad.
That's why 90% of movies suck, because they're all going after this, imaginary audience that is proven year in, year out doesn't exist.
The only way it's going to change is if you get rid of communism.
All right, that's all. You're right, and
that's the only way it's going to change.
Newsflash, kids! If communism's here to stay, and I realize it's inevitable at this point.
But I mean, like I said, the problem is there are people who will, like I said, I can't. I'm not saying that John Mayle is grifting, but I'm just saying in today's it's so easy to say somebody did this because this way it's been. Come in and say like, oh, I got kicked out of this. It's. But anyway, I mean, YouTube. It's so easy. I see YouTubers fake stuff all the time. That's what I'm saying. It's
right, but that's because things have escalated. Like John Mayle might have gotten tired of getting punished for things that his lefty counterparts get passes for, and then it escalates, and then at the end he ends up doing the same thing, doing legitimate things that would get you legitimately kicked out, but would have never come to that if, say, the people that he did that for would have been let in the first place. Because I said, because you're going to do better business with these people at your conventions, but they're so afraid of the 12 psychos on Twitter. And I said, these soy fucks aren't going to do anything. So why lose business to cater to these people?
But the bigger shock to me though was Gary though, because Gary, like I said, even though he doesn't go as hard. I don't think he does go as hard as Comicsgate does.
Well, here's the thing, Gary. Gary does not kiss Disney's ass, and he's got a large platform.
Gary who?
Beegler, Nerdrotic.
Okay.
I'm sure that I'm sure that the mouse probably made a phone call and said no. Because like I said, they don't like the fact that he'll criticize their products. It's one thing when you, me, and Eglantine do it in front of 25 people. But when Gary's doing it, getting tens of thousands of people live in 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people watching replays. That's a reach. That reaches people. Disney doesn't want that.
Yeah.
So I promise you, Disney had something to do with Gary not being invited. He gave his press pass revoked.
Well, I blame Puppetine. He's the mouse.
Well, it's just I said it. Will that hurt Gary? No, but it's an annoyance. And if you're Disney, that'll have to count as your win.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, I don't think there are alternatives. Their stuff. Look at what Gary's doing on the YouTube stuff, and unless YouTube strikes him down, these guys.
Honestly,
I'm shocked.
I'm surprised that the mouse hasn't put pressure on YouTube to.
He's got his own. He's got his own website, neurotic.com.
Yeah,
he said, he's looked at a lot of different alternative ways. He doesn't rely on them. He's created solutions. So, is Disney the new George Soros? I wouldn't be. Well, George Soros is got a hand with everything, but it's actually what I've been looking into. It's at what is that? Blackwater? No, what's it called?
BlackRock.
BlackRock has a huge hand in that, and like I said, it's George Soros does have a hand in things. George Soros has done more damage to this country than anyone who's ever lived. Every time I see a riot or a protest, it's paid.
And every time you see a recidivist getting off on charges that should put him away for years, it's almost always a Soros-funded DA.
Deal. Well, I honestly, I don't know about this, the claim that with Disney owning Mr. Beast, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they go after YouTube, because YouTube is a really big attention grab for all the kids. So if they can get a hold of a popular YouTube, PewDiePie has been kind of pushed aside. They were all happy with him until he did the whole thing where he dressed up as a Nazi.
Oh, kids aren't on YouTube anymore.
Kids are still TikTok. No, well, they're still on YouTube. They're still watching.
I mean, not in the numbers they used to be. That's why.
No.
If you want to get a kid's attention, like I said, that's why TikTok shorter. I mean, they might watch the shorts, but
I mean, as far as the whole thing, as far as the kids are still on YouTube, they're all watching the computer gamers. So you still have Jacksepticeye, you still have something. But even I noticed that those guys are aging out. So I mean, I don't know who the new. Mr. Beast, I guess, was the new top dog, but I don't know anybody after him who is like. We had Corey Kenshin, you had Markiplier. I mean, who are the big names of YouTube right now, other than Mr. Beast?
What's his name? The guy from who's been wrestling in WWE. Logan Pauls, the Pauls.
Wow, yeah.
One of them's the Intercontinental Champion. The other one's about to get his teeth knocked out by Mike Tyson.
I think he already did. I heard it lasted like 30 seconds or something like that.
I don't think it's happened yet.
Oh, okay.
Sketch. I've never heard of who is Sketch. I've never heard of them. That's his name. The channel is called Sketch. But
I don't know. So that person was also asking why does Soros want criminals on the streets. I don't know, because he's not going to live to see it.
So it's kind of like pretty much it's power control. As communism has always been that way.
The more people, the more criminals you let on. Eventually people are going to snap. There's going to be violence on both sides, because right now it's been one-sided. The right hasn't responded. That's what they're going for, and then that will give the one party the excuse to come in and impose martial law. Clamp down, and that's how you get to it. Because it's basically you're creating the need, the problem, and then you're going to go fix it.
Some of the Jewish students have been fighting back. I think at UCLA and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, well, there's it's also the people figured out that they can stop these riots and still win in November.
Well, not just that. I mean, you realize that what's the whole goal of communism? They get rid of capitalism to destroy America, because America
a lot of these
kids
just don't want to work.
Well, communism. Okay, that's yes, but communism, the top level of communism.
But yeah, you are right though. But communists are the useful idiots, like Hillary Clinton and some of the other Democrats.
Hillary Clinton would be part of the. She'd be
so
protected.
She was. right now, I said, to those who don't know, George Soros, his father helps him and his father helped sold the Jewish people to the Nazis, pretty much. Told them where they're hiding, helped them out. They sided with that. So this guy has always been an admirer, probably of the Nazi Party. I wouldn't be surprised. Grew up that way.
Isn't
or just
Soros a
around.
Jew anyway?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, but there were Jews that sold other Jews because they allowed them to live. They are useful.
But I can remember about 4 years ago, Newt Gingrich was on that Fox show, Outnumbered,
Yeah.
with the 4 women. He started trashing Soros, and Harris Faulkner cut him off and said, "We don't criticize George Soros on this network." Said it to him on the air.
Wow, I have to look it up.
And this was a supposedly fucking conservative network that was so terrified of George Soros that they wouldn't let anybody talk about him.
Yeah.
That has changed, but still, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, the reason I don't think that Hillary is actually even the whole power that she was because the Obamas came in and kind of pushed her aside.
I mean, it's a large tent, and
She wanted her turn.
The Clintons and Obamas are both in that tent. I mean, they're both part of the elite.
But
Hillary's problem is likability. Nobody likes her. They loved her husband. They love, Barack. They love Michelle. That no one likes Hillary. He's always had that branding problem.
Bill doesn't even like Hillary.
Well, Bill liked Jeff Epstein.
Oh yes.
Yeah, not you.
But there's also that
you.
picture of Bill up on the. No one likes me. There's a picture of that Bill up on the wall with the
In
dress.
the dress,
Yeah.
I don't know, like I said, and I'm just waiting for like YouTube to take this. It's like, oh, you guys talk too much about politics, blah blah blah, and it would be shocked if we lose a few subs tomorrow because we went really hardcore into politics, which we normally don't do on this channel. You said that for I Love Comics, where nobody watches. But tomorrow we do have some cool readings tomorrow, which Zach will be a part of because Zach doesn't like reading with us on Fridays.
I'm going to be at the movies.
What are you gonna go see?
Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
I've heard that movie is horrible.
Henry Cavill killing Nazis. Guy Ritchie directed. Guy Ritchie.
It's Cavill and who? Who's the other guy?
Which one? There's like Carrie Yules.
So they're the two main guys. It's him and Carrie Yules in the boat. They showed them?
No, it's not two. It's an ensemble. Like there's like 5 or 6.
No. The trailer kept showing Henry Cavill and another guy fighting people.
There's like 5 guys.
Isn't the guy that plays Reacher in it?
Reacher is that's
what I was thinking. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. They always showed him.
He's not like the number 2 guy. It's not like he's Iron Man to Henry Cavill's.
No, but I bet a few people stayed away from it because of his running his mouth lately.
Yep, he's really running his mouth lately.
Yep.
See, I tried to avoid that because I know it's going to get people all riled up and talking more, and I'm trying to go eat dinner.
Well, Eloise, I think what happened. I think this plan had been progressing the way they wanted it to, and social media came along, and what the unintended consequences are now. Way more people know what they're doing as a result of social media than would have. If they had just waited another generation, I think they could have pulled this off, because another generation of brainwashed college kids, but I think they played their hand too quick, and there's still enough people that remember what it was like to live in a free society. Yeah. And you get, and a lot of people are, I'm sure George Soros's goal was to not have anybody know who he was until it was too late. But and that's probably about the only shot we have of stopping it. And this isn't Democrat, this isn't Republican, because they're both in on it. So I said, it's basically, conservative versus progressive at this point. And that crosses over party lines. So this isn't. Yes, it's political, but it's not. I'm not taking sides. I just like to remain free.
All right, now change the channel or the headline. It's called Weeks and Other News.
Now, what about those? What about those readings tomorrow? What are we reading tomorrow?
We might be doing another X-Men. Probably going with classic X-Men, and possibly another Spider-Man, maybe
The married Spider-Man?
Mediterranean Spider-Man. What?
No, married Spider-Man.
Oh, it's married Spider-Man.
Married. Yes.
No, we haven't read any of the Ultimates yet. You mean when he's married back in the day?
Yes.
We'd have to dip into the Clone Saga.
Yes. Everyone's favorite Spider-Man.
I can't do Clone Saga without Zach
Sure, you can.
because we got to do the pointing.
You can do that with the puppet. Puppeting.
Zach just does not want to be the cake stealing Spider-Man.
I do not.
Honestly, if you watch any of the readings, especially this past weekend, Trusty's game has stepped up. He actually had a sign, and that sign was Jameson's, quote everything. It was just awesome.
Except for he didn't have Cake Eater.
No, because Zach wasn't there.
I didn't realize that was
nobody-
about you. It's been so long since you've been around.
I'm sorry that nobody else is strong enough to carry all the inside jokes on their back, and I have to be the one.
What's up, Perry, man? And circumstances. Is this your first time being in the audience, or at least commenting? I feel like I've seen you be here before. Not sure.
Hey guys, I gotta.
Yeah, I've got to have gone like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I've got a couple things to do, and I've got to be at work early in the morning.
All right.
But will the kids you're driving know?
No, I'm still in the classroom.
First timer. Oh, that could have been bad or good. Depending on your tonight.
But,
Tonight was like
Normally
normally
don't
go to
normally go for
politics.
4 hours. So
I'm not much different from the
Wait a
people
second.
sitting in the back of the bus. So
If this lasts 14 more minutes, we have to call a doctor.
We and Miranda start yelling, "Stop!"
that'll be the first time I've ever heard a woman yell that at me. But
I don't give a fuck about culture wars. Honestly, I am, But I mean, like this channel, we try not to go into politics because the whole goal is like trying to get more subscribers. But being like, I feel like once we get monetized, then we're like, just fucking do what we want to do, But anyway, though, I mean, usually I don't go into politics because everyone else goes into politics in their channels. It's like
how close to 500 are you to get to? You have to be at 500 to get monetized.
Well, I already am past 500.
Yeah, already at 500.
That's for super chats. If I want to actually get, I think it's 1,000. Like I have the watch time, I just don't have the subscribers.
Could a super chat person pay Zach to put on his Katharine Hepburn hat?
Sure. Even though it's not a Katharine Hepburn hat,
Yeah, it is.
it's a Monkey D. Luffy hat.
Perry.
Is that another way? Is that another way of saying Katharine Hepburn?
Yes.
You know
yes,
what?
it
I
is.
might go watch Katharine Hepburn. No, Katharine Hepburn was an African queen, was she?
Yeah.
That's somebody else.
Yes,
That
sir,
was her?
that was
Okay.
Catherine Hepburn.
Okay. I was getting my movies mixed up.
And that was Humphrey Bogart was the other one, by the way. Just in case.
Humphrey. Yeah.
Yes.
The Boger master. Because
I wonder
that-
if Humphrey Bogart bogarted anything.
Life.
Yeah.
He smoked everything he could get his hands on. That's why he died of cancer at 57.
Yeah.
Gurney!
I gotta ask: Is this 3 beers in Perry or sober Perry?
Oh boy, you should see me when I actually 2.5 before 2. If you'd known me like a little bit more than 2.5 years ago, you'd see me with a more than 3 in. Still wishing that I could do that.
That's not slander. That's just speaking fact.
I'm just gonna say, as far as Bogart goes, Dark Passage or
Humphrey
Or,
Bogart made the most memorable movies of any actor that ever lived. Period. And he's not my favorite. That would be probably Jimmy Stewart or Cary Grant, but Humphrey Bogart. I mean, there's like 7 or 8 Bogart movies that have not only stood the test of time. Like I said, he's in the movie that A lot of people will argue Casablanca is the greatest movie ever made.
That's because it's true.
Harry,
It's one of them. It's one of them. Maybe not the greatest.
absolutely
Definitely
one
top
of them.
5.
what do you mean? How do you not know how many you had?
But like I said, African
You just said that
Queen, the 4 movies he made with Lauren Bacall.
Oh my dear God! What the hell?
Jesus,
I
Jumpin'
found
Jokes.
Hey, Breen, do you still miss it?
What?
Those are good movies.
Our back in the days.
Are you talking about drinking?
Yeah, you still miss it?
God, no, it's been 32 years. I don't remember.
It's like a fever dream right now.
I still miss it, man. I'm telling
Well,
you.
but how long have you been?
Breen,
2.5.
Breen, look at your son.
I'm either right at it this month or next month. It'll be 2.5.
Hey, congratulations.
So,
No, I said, I mean, I don't, like I said, I really don't remember what it was like to drink. I mean, you can make your own jokes out of that, but yeah, Maltese Falcon, Key Largo.
That's a good one too.
Again, African Queen. It just were so many that
I gotta say this. I gotta quickly
it's
say
funny
this.
if it gets any easier after time. That's all.
it does.
Breen, this is the best Zach we ever seen because you don't see his face.
It's like I just want to hear it. Okay, I want you to go. Give me a shell, yeah.
Give me a show, yeah.
Remember Shark Boy?
I try not to.
Not you, Venkman. Do you remember Shark Boy?
Uh,
The real
Shark
skinny
Boy,
wrestler in TNA, but he basically he would do Austin's bit.
no, I didn't
He'd
know.
come down to the ring, he'd go to all 4 corners, he'd do that, and he'd go.
Honestly,
Instead of hell yeah, it was shell yeah.
you know what I'm getting right now? It's Candygram.
Candygram Land Shark.
But
Oh
Girl
no,
Scout cookies.
that is Dark Passage. When he breaks out of prison and then he gets plastic surgery, and he's helped out by Lauren Bacall. And he's trying.
yeah, it's hard to believe. I said because he in the 30s played a lot of gangsters, and I can't remember. There was a movie he made with Betty Davis that circumstance will probably be able to tell me. Where basically it was the first time he played a sympathetic character, and it gave somebody the idea. Said, "Hey, this guy's got leading man potential."
Would it be Bad Sister, Past, 3 on a Match?
High Sierra.
No, what? God, I can't remember what.
I made a lot of movies with Bette Davis.
Yeah, this was like in 1940. And then because the next year was Maltese Falcon and High Sierra, and then Casablanca, but Dark Victory maybe
Might be Dark Victory.
I think Bogart, if I'm thinking the right movie, was like the 3rd bill, but he proved he could play something other than gangsters. I think that's what it was.
Was that the one where he's the 3 guys in the cabin? Gollum, are you okay?
I think that was We're No Angels, I think.
No. There was that one, but there's actually one in the cabin, and it has they're all they try to pretend and go into their rob this casino or a hotel.
I thought that was We're No Angels. It was made like late in his career.
No, it wasn't that. I gotta look it up now.
His teeth are all cattywampus.
So are the British peoples.
So I will tell you, Jeff, you put about a month between yourself and your last cigarette, and those coughing jacks get better too.
No, this is something I think I may have had something with my sleep apnea machine. I think I need to clean the tubes. I haven't done it in a while.
I say not as bad because I still have coughing fits a month in, but I feel better. It's best decision I made in a while.
Yeah, well, I figure if I can't, drinking and smoking has kept my drinking and smoking have kept a lot of people alive. If I can't drink.
I said, I smoked until it was no longer tenable, if that's the right word. I recently said when I got 2 bouts of like bronchitis within 6 months of each other and had to stop on the way up the stairs.
Yeah,
it was no longer worth it.
That
was only 12 a day.
I've been needing to quit for a long time. I need to. You have to want to, and I haven't quite got there
There
yet.
you go. I understand totally because
It was
when I was stopping on the way up the stairs, I said, I want to stop now. I said I can't do this anymore.
I've tried quitting. I've done it for a bit, but then
So have I in the past,
but I've got drinking. I've stopped. I wouldn't if I wanted to drink. I would have done it already. I just need to get to that point with my smokes. And
yeah, I said I said it's there's parts of every day where I want to light up, and I've got cigarettes 2 feet away from me. I won't do it because I don't. I want to be able to breathe all the way up.
I just opened a new pack just a second ago.
Yeah.
I already had the last one I had a few minutes ago was my last one in that one pack, and I just opened these bad boys up. As soon as we get done here, I'm walking right back out that door to have one.
Yeah, trust me. I said, I feel like at this point, I guess I drank until I was putting myself in danger by continuing.
Yeah,
I think I'm there with smoking too, because but like I said, I don't. I mean, I was on inhalers that I don't need anymore.
yeah, I've got I knew what I was doing with this drinking was gonna go bad. It hadn't been really bad yet. I hadn't hit what people normally call rock bottom, but I knew it was coming with drinking, so that's why I cut it off then. I'm well past rock bottom with cigarettes, and I need to do something about it. But we don't want to be a downer right now. We need to.
No, so we want to look at Zach's silly mask, is it?
It's Jaws.
Okay,
6.
so the one I'm thinking of, High Sierra. You ever watch that one?
Yeah, that was 1941.
That's what I'm thinking while they go in the cabin. Yeah.
Okay, but I didn't. I know it's Ida Lupino, but I didn't know there were. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Released from prison, notorious thief Roy Earl is hired by his old boss to help a group of inexperienced criminals plan and carry out a robbery of the California resort.
Okay, what I do know is it's not even Humphrey Bogart's best movie with Sierra in the title.
No.
The Treasure of Sierra Madre. That would be that.
Badges. We don't need no stinking badges. Yeah.
But yeah, I said that's it really is a shame he died so young.
57 years old.
57 is not young.
Yeah.
What's that?
57 is not young.
It is young.
It's fairly young. I work with a lot of
considering that people are now able to live with technology to their 90s.
Yeah, but that was back then. But
I know, and unfortunately, two of the other top 3 or 4 greatest stars of that era died. Right around the same time, the same
21?
age.
Yeah.
Gary
I'm
Cooper,
only a year and a half from that.
Gary Cooper and Clark Gable both died at like 59.
Yeah.
And then I figure those 3, Cary Grant and Jimmy Stewart, were arguably the 5. Well, John Wayne, 6 biggest stars on So I mean,
they weren't as big as Paul Lindo.
It'd been tough to lose 3 of them within 4 years like that.
Yeah, it's
Paul Lindo was hilarious.
Lauren Bacall gives Gregory Peck credit for basically. I'm not saving her life is probably too strong, but they made a movie together called, I think, Designing Women, and because she said that kept her mind off of her mourning.
Yeah.
The one with Delta Burke?
And no.
Didn't like Bogart's like children grow up to be like famous too? Or one of them?
I don't remember.
They married someone, or he had, I don't know.
But there's this movie. Lauren Bacall, I think she's a fashion designer of some sort, and she has a friend that's a dancer, and Gregory Peck basically thinks he's gay, and just dismisses him, and he ends up getting in a brawl at the end of the movie, and the dancer, even though Gregory Peck's character is just belittling through the whole movie, basically just sachets in and kicks a room full of asses by doing dance moves, like fighting with dancing. Gregory Peck's is standing there going, it's a really fun movie.
Yeah, you say 57 is old. I mean, it's
I'm
look
about
at
a
the
year
age of
and a
his
half
kid.
away from that.
Well, he married a young wife, and he and had kids at a very and around his like his mid
Yeah, this is 'cause he
50s,
had money.
early 50s.
He had
Yeah.
family.
So those kids, like they're probably like 10 and under when their dad passed away.
They yes, he had money, but they got together almost instantly in 1944.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bogart had a couple. I mean, like I said, yes, he'd made Casablanca and Maltese Falcon, but his he was just becoming a superstar. So I think that was genuine love. I mean, did she ever remarry?
I don't think she did.
Don't recall.
Yeah.
I don't think she ever married again.
Do you know she was a lesbian in a movie and didn't know it? Have you ever heard that interview? She's in a movie called Come Blow Your Horn with Doris Day and Kirk Douglas. And she said, I didn't. I played a lesbian, didn't even realize it.
Oh, I guess she.
We are at priapism.
She did remarry to Jason Robards from 61 to 1969.
Okay, well, that didn't end from either one of their deaths. I guess that just didn't work out.
Yeah. She had a bunch of kids. He was Jason Nelson Robards Jr. was an American actor known for his roles on stage and screen. Gained a reputation as an interpreter for the works of playwright Eugene O'Neill. Whoever that is. He was in Once Upon a Time in the West, Magnolia, the Ballad of Hoagie, or
are you talking about Jason Robards?
Yeah, Richard Robards.
Oh, yeah, he was a prolific actor.
He was very famous. Yeah, I can actually picture what he looks like. I think.
And you'd recognize it. He played a couple presidents in movies,
he
sort
of looks a little bit like Jason Cromwell from Pig. They look vaguely similar.
Dude, the first movie I saw with Bacall was Key Largo, and wow, that was sold.
Well, I mean, Lionel Barrymore, Edward G. Robinson, Humphrey Bogart. So you couldn't ask for more just clout on screen.
Wow. Anyway.
Okay, now we hit the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, we're at the priapism mark.
So she died in 2014 of a stroke. That's what
she was pushing 90 by then, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was 89 years old. Yeah,
that would be pushing 90.
She had all she had to wait to was September 16th, and she would have been 90. But born in the Bronx.
All right, guys, let's kick this, man. I need to.
Yeah, it's after midnight. I gotta be up in 6 hours.
All right. We're supposed to let it all hang out after midnight, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna lose his pumpkin and stuff after midnight.
All right. Wait, you mean you're gonna get uglier? All right. If you guys haven't done so, if you're still here, I don't know why you're still here. There's some people watching. Thank you for being here. Leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Click do all that fun. Go to puppeteen.com or sorry, not GoFi.com/puppeteen. Drop $1 until, just share the channel, man. Let us know. Comments really do help us out the algorithm. So if you can help share out the channel. Eloise, thank you for being here. Sir Cam Stances, great. Thank you for being here, man. Cool. Perry Comics, Maranya, Undead Quinn, Little Rhaegar. I already did. I'm just going through this here. I think Lenzer was here too.
There's somebody, Zach Richmond.
Yeah, Quitavia. All right.
Go to bed, Zach Richmond.
Yes. And thank you guys for all being here. Seriously. Without you guys, this channel wouldn't exist. So we are blaming you for all this. Right.
It's not my fault, man. Not my fault.
Good night, guys.
Night.
Good night, kids.
Oh, won't let me end the screen. Won't let me end it. Oh no! Let's get
End it already.